This is Sybert signing into Kane's Wrath on the map. Tournament decision for our first game of this subscriber replay showcase. And it may very well be a banger because in the north, as the Cyan Steel Talons, this is Tengen Uzi. And in the south, as the orange GDI, this is MW. And that is quite a name for someone. Now, I believe this is Phoenix and Dimitri. If it's not, and Tengen Uzi and MW are two different folks, sorry, I'm going to be calling you Phoenix and Dimitri this whole time. Now, this is a R18 game, so this is 1.02 plus R18. Not the newest version, not R19, but honestly, R18 was a pretty good patch. It's not like R18 was some horrible, broken pile of garbage, and this game is going to be, decided based on that. But Phoenix and Dimitri, historically, maybe Phoenix has an advantage in this matchup, but it's also Steel Talons versus GDI, and a lot of players find the GDI style a bit more... Yeah, easy to play might be the wrong way to put it, but maybe the GDI is a little bit stronger in most people's opinion. The additional infantry abilities and having zone troopers can, in some cases, make or break the game. But you still got behemoths, you still got lots of good options as Steel Talons. So if we're kicking it off with Phoenix versus Dimitri, Steel Talons versus GDI, tournament decision, no poker, feels like a really good setup. Relatively normal openings for everyone. Going to be the MCV move on 2 refineries. But this is not necessarily... Wait, where's this MCV even? Is he cranking for the high ground? I was expecting it to be MCV moves towards the southern expansions. But that would be kind of interesting if he went straight for the high ground. A lot of players will get the 3rd refinery on the main field before they move their MCV. But this could be an MCV move just to reposition, and then getting a 3rd refinery before the expansion regardless. By the way, big thanks to the folks who support the channel over on Patreon, such as Media Storm, Deadly Shadow, Freddy I, Anoxic Spud, Admiral Akbar 47. There's our 3rd refinery, Josh C, The Arbiter, Yuri S, David R, Isaac H, and Paul D. Big thanks to all of those folks. 3rd refinery, moments late, but it is still there. Okay. That is looking 100% standard for tournament decision. We got our 3 refineries. I think we're up to 7 harvesters, or pretty close to 7 harvesters for each player. Looks like it is going to be even 8 harvesters for Phoenix in the north. And this foxhole is eventually going to be dislodged by Dimitri in the south. And he will take out that last rival. A Pitbull in the Predator tank. Almost useless when it comes to just killing a single unit like that. But here we are. Very standard game. And aha, there we go. Immediately into the armory. Immediately, I mean, in a reasonably quick fashion. People typically prioritize the command post above the armory. And indeed, that's what we're actually seeing here from Phoenix. Goes Crane, command post, and he goes for that airfield as well. Harvesters transferring over. Pitbull scout from Dimitri. And it looks like he is going to be spotting that MCV immediately. A little poke and a prod into the low ground for Dimitri, but this should not get anything done really at all. He's actually packing along infantry, some reinforcements. We see the veteran scouts there from the call for reinforcements. So these are kind of, this is kind of a committed attack here from Dimitri. I don't know. Is he actually going to be able to pull anything off here? A couple of orcas are here. Phoenix going to be targeting nothing. He's letting his... Oh, those first couple of shots from the orcas, they were auto-attacking the infantry. It looks like it may not even matter here. Hammerhead is here to try and clean up the infantry. No watchtowers, okay? 1 watchtower right as I say that. Make me a liar. The infantry gonna get cleaned up and wasted. Titans shouldn't have any trouble dealing with the remaining Predator tanks. And despite a couple of mistakes, maybe here or there, that attack is completely broken. AP ammo finishing up momentarily, and railguns potentially on the way for Dimmy. that was a fairly committed attack, and this has really set back his expansion timing. He's still got a bit of a field left here at his main, but this is not much. And with how poorly that attack went, I'm a little bit worried that the punchback from Phoenix might knock Dimitri off his feet. But hope springs eternal. The Marv is here, and he could try and split the map, go for the Marv on the high ground, go for the expansion on the low ground at the same time. Juggernauts are coming on out, so despite the mistake of the early game, Dimitri is not out of it. He just might be a little bit later as we transition towards the late game and the ultra late game. Orca's going to be showing up. Phoenix, maybe he's donating a few of his units away. Going to be able to pick off a couple of these infantry squads. One Hammerhead will go down. Second Hammerhead does escape along with the third. And it looks like Phoenix just kind of gets an idea of what Dimmy is doing. Orca Strike comes in, tags the refinery, no harvesters, and Marv is 99% done. So finishing up momentarily there as the MCV unpacks. And as long as Dimitri doesn't get jumped, he's going to be pretty well set up to go into the late game. Phoenix was not able to pull anything out. Maybe if his Orcas had been able to kill some harvesters or, I don't know, snipe the MCV, maybe we'd be talking about something. But Phoenix should be able to go into the... Oh, he actually went double airfield. That's kind of interesting. He's had Tier 3 up for a little while. His first behemoths are making their way to the expansion. But the Orcas are not here sniping these Juggernauts. There is an anti-air battery, but it would be worth trading one Orca to kill a Juggernaut in this moment. I'm not actually sure where the aircraft are. Okay, they are moving in now, finally. Refinery does get taken down. Bit of low power mode. Predator tanks are going to be getting targeted down. I guess for now, the Juggernauts will be able to escape. 2 Juggernauts versus 1 Behemoth. Dimitri is getting the much better end of this trade, but he is going to be losing 1, maybe 2 Juggernauts, depending on the RNG. Are you kidding me? 2 Juggernauts, as low health as they can get. The orbital bombardment does not find the hits, does not find the marks, but this Orca Strike is going to be a juicy one. That is pretty close to maximum damage. 2.5 harvesters that splash damage, chewing up those harvs. And actually, at the same time, this Marv is going for the high ground, so this is working out close to perfect for Dimitri. He gets the bonk on the first Behemoth, and now he's going to maybe even get some free engineer kills as well. Those Orcas, actually the Hammerheads find the Marv in the north. The Orcas have done hardly nothing this entire game. They have been not useless, but close to useless, as they have not been doing much to help out Phoenix. Dimitri, I feel like he had a bit of a gaffe in the beginning, but he has not been punished for it in any way. He's just transitioned into the mid and late game. He basically got a free steal on, well, it's not about to be free. All right, he's going to pay the price for it now. Couple of Titans on the side, getting a couple of shots against that Marv. And I guess in this case, you should probably trade the Marv for the Titans, because I don't think you're going to trade a Marv for a Marv, not when you've got all of this additional firepower here. A couple of Harvesters coming in. Yeah, maybe you would have been able to take out the Harvesters. Maybe you would have gotten a couple of shots on the Titans, but a couple of slingshots showing up here for Dimitri. It looks like on the south side, he is going to be maneuvering into a good position to knock down this expansion, so we'll see what Phoenix's response to this is. Well, Shockwave Artillery will find its mark. Tier 3 gets eliminated. That's the end of the Behemoth Swarm now. 6 Juggernauts, 5 Juggernauts getting locked down by that EMP. The 6th is here as well, and the 7th escapes the first couple of shots. It's going to be the orbital bombardment and the infantry striking back against Phoenix, and he cleans up absolutely everything. Dimitri just clears the ground. 1 Behemoth remains standing, but it's up to these Hammerheads to clean out these husks. They must be here to clean out the husks. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all done. We got our 1, 2, 3s and our ABCs, but it won't matter for Phoenix how good his education is if he can't stop these Juggernauts. Dimitri just lost so many Juggernauts, and still he's got 4 standing, 1 on the ground, ready to go. Harvesters trying to steal some of that Tiberium, but it just doesn't matter. 2 random Predator tanks. What are they even doing here? Phoenix, it feels like he should have a Marv or a couple of Titans or something here to stop these Predator tanks, but for now, they're just getting some free damage against these Harvesters. A couple of Harvesters super low on health. Looks like they won't be targeted just yet. Behemoths have held the line for now, but the MCV is repositioning. And you got to make your choice. Do you want to target down the Juggernauts or go for the MCV? Because if you don't deny that MCV, we'll see if the build radius can deny anything from Phoenix. It's Juggernauts versus Behemoths. 2 against 2, 1 against 1, and this Titan getting up close and personal, but the Pitbulls are going to go for the strike back, and it's going to be about who can grab the Engineers and get them inside of those husks more quickly. Behemoths getting targeted down by Riflemen, and that is going to take a long time, but the Engineer's getting sniped. The Engineer doesn't get sniped. The Husk doesn't get killed, and Phoenix is able to re-establish one Behemoth and keep some kind of superiority. Dimitri seeming like he had the advantage, but man, did that shockwave artillery level almost every single one of his Juggernauts, and Phoenix has barely held on, but no! As I say that, both of his Juggernauts explode, and he's going to lose the Husk. The Engineer survives, but the second Husk goes down as well, and Dimitri now has a Marv to worry about. His own Marv closing in, and it's going to be a wash of perhaps both of these guys' expansion. The Marv clearing out Dimitri, as Dimitri has already cleared out Phoenix. The MCV, oh no, the MCV gets captured! I may not have any Husks to grab, but I've got an Engineer to jump inside of that MCV, and Dimitri, he fought back well, but the Engineer getting the cap on that MCV may be the nail in the coffin. He's got still his Marv. He can still come out of this, but he needs to protect it. He might be able to put together a scrappy army and just take the fight to Phoenix. I feel like if he waits too long, then Phoenix will be able to rebuild, but right now it's Marv, and there's been a complete wipe. Yeah, there's no Behemoths left, so he can do this. He can just roll right over Phoenix. Phoenix lost his tech, and he wasn't able to build any more Behemoths, and that has remained true. These Orcas probably need to get over here and start putting as much damage into that Marv as soon as they can, because that's the only thing that Phoenix really have. I can't believe he grabbed that MCV, but it won't even be enough because he had basically no army behind that. Can he get out Titans or something? There was another Engineer coming in here. Wait, whose shockwave artillery was that? He kept alive the Space Command uplink, and he does land one shot on that Marv. It's buying just enough time. The Engineer is going to jump inside that MCV, heal it back up to full health just as the Pitbulls show up. Too little, too late for those Pitbulls, and this Engineer inside of that Ox Transport is going to be looking for a game-winning capture of something, but oh, he can't even grab the tier 3. I was like, I guess if you could grab the tier 3, that would be pretty phenomenal, but I'm not even sure that it's still standing, and indeed it is not. Another Engineer shows up here. Phoenix is not giving this one up. He managed to get out a Titan. He never got out railguns earlier in this game, so it is a Titan versus a powered-up Marv. Double Zone Troopers inside of it. The Orcas need to get off the deck. They don't refuel. It's a Marv with no Orcas against it, and it's just a couple of infantry squads on the ground. This Hammerhead cannot be shot down by the Marv, but this War Factory is about to get deleted. Phoenix, is he going to be able to kill this Marv with just random units? Surely Dimitri should have something coming in to protect this Marv. But even if he kills the Marv, I don't even know. I guess it just resets to an extremely low income, low eco game. Refineries getting targeted down, and this Hammerhead, as slowly as it does, it is killing this Marv. It's just going to take an extremely long time. A double vet Marv against just random infantry squads. Dimitri coming in with 2 riflemen to cut down the forces of Phoenix, and it looks like this Pitbull will be enough to scare away that Hammerhead, and Phoenix has fought well, even capturing the Tib Spike of his opponent, but I guess it just won't matter. Maybe if he had a couple of more rocket squads, but The pull of 3 rifleman squads by Dimitri was the perfect move to cut down the infantry forces of Phoenix, and I think that will be it. Dimitri and his GDI power are going to win the day, even an APC getting added into the mix, and unless Phoenix has some kind of amazing engineer play behind the scenes, that is going to be it. What a match from Phoenix and Dimitri, Tengen Uzi and MW. They, I don't know what that game was, but that was entertaining at the end of the day. An entertaining GDI versus Steel Talons, and Phoenix actually ahead on Eco the entire time. So even with the Marvesting and the expansion, Dimitri only just caught up to Phoenix. He never actually surpassed him. And that will do it for game number 1. We have, I think, 7 or 8 more games to get into, depending on if we're able to, ooh, yeah. Last 2, games 10 and 11. I don't know if we'll actually get to those 2 today. The next one is going to be an interesting one. Drive, welcome to the chat. Cabal as well. Soros11. Waff the Wolf coming over from Red Alert 3, or I guess playing other games. He hasn't been playing much Command & Conquer recently. ST Security, I like to imagine your name stands for Steel Talent Security. Fat Buddhism, thanks for joining the chat. Of course, if you miss any of the games from today, everything will be up on YouTube relatively soon. Sometimes the long videos like this, YouTube takes like a full day to process them. So, you know, we'll see. But the VOD will be up on YouTube if you miss it live. One Alpha, thank you for the follow. The bot is not around. I haven't had Sybot running for a long time. I would have to go look up all of the information for Sybot. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I might be able to put it back together, but honestly, I don't even remember if I know how to do that. I mean, I guess I could learn, but who wants to do that? All right, let's jump into it. Welcome to the map Dark Waters and version 1.02 of the game. That's right, this is not 102 plus. This is not 1.03. This is the original version of the game. Well, I guess it's not the original version of the game. And this is also a Emissary start? Crane and Emissary. These guys are starting with 40k. But let's go ahead and introduce these players. Starting on Team 1 of this 3v3, this is Bygi. Playing the red black hand and with a double Emissary start. That's a pretty funny start. As the Refinery first, playing green Steel Talons, this is Shah. And rounding out team number 1 as the pink black hand, this is O. Yeah, I'm sure that won't get confusing, but those are their names. In the top right-hand corner, making up team number 2 as the yellow Zocom, opening Surveyor first with a crane and an armory. What? This is Landius. And their teammate as the Cyan Nod. This is Platus. Rounding out this 6-player game as the orange Nod. This is Reaper. All right, let's get into the weeds for just a moment here because this is a 1.02 game. This is not 1.02 plus, and if I remember correctly, Steel Talons harvesters are just worse. They just harvest more slowly than other harvesters. Zocom Predator tanks are basically useless because they give out like double veterancy or something. So if you don't know how the veterancy system works behind the scenes, I don't need to totally explain it, but basically, killing a Zocom Predator tank ranks up your units faster. So if you're trying to have a tank fight with your opponent, say a Scorpion builder, like a Nod player, they're going to have Scorpion tanks ranking up extremely quickly, getting to heroic status, which gets them all of those buffs, and you're going to just be losing Predator tanks in fights that you wouldn't normally lose Predator tanks in, because they're going to have double vet and heroic. This guy playing SimCity over here. You have to appreciate just the design and the layout. We've got a bit of symmetry. It's not perfect symmetry, but we got 4 upgraded power plants all collated together very nicely. Armory and command post near each other. We got the airfield balancing out the power plants on the other side. We're just missing the war factory, and he's doing this all off of 2 harvesters, 2 refineries. Flame Tank going to be coming out here for O. He's going to be crossing the map with that bad boy. 1 Flame Tank already gets cleaned up. Reaper gets the kill there. It looked like this little militant squad did a little cheer just as he killed that Flame Tank. He's so excited about killing off that Flame Tank. Now, Black Hand and Nod, as far as I remember in 1.02, both good factions, both solid factions. I don't know if they have any weird bugs like Steel Talons and Zocom, but it does mean 1 player from each of the teams is basically at a disadvantage. So 4 players are in pretty good spots, and 2 players are not, which I think will kind of even out because it's kind of a 2 versus 2 with 1 handicapped player on each team as a function of the faction that they chose. All right, to round this out, it looks like everybody's gone pretty quickly into Tier 3. Lots of cranes, lots of fast teching off of 1 base economy. Even if you build 2 refineries in on 2 different fields, it still counts as a 1 base economy. And this guy's going for zone heads. A bunch of zone raiders, double barracks into an airfield, and it looks like he may already be bottoming out his income. I don't think you need 4 upgraded power plants. I'm pretty sure you can power all of this off of like 2 upgraded power plants and then maybe a 3rd power plant, but you really don't need all of that. Probably could have gone War Factory and gotten an extra harvester or 2. 2 harvesters on this field would probably help keep you a little bit more active. Reaper cleans up a couple of more flame tanks. Going to be able to clean up those flames from getting into his base, stopping O from getting any big damage done. A Nod versus Blackhand matchup in the south. Depending on how the expansions go, these guys might kind of be locked into a 1v1, and then the guys in the north are kind of going to be in a 2v2. Sometimes that's the way the map kind of splits up, but we'll see. A lot of SimCity in this game. Oh no, building Guardian cannons and watchtowers. That's a bit of a curious choice for someone who doesn't have much of an army. By the way, big thanks to the folks who support the channel over on Patreon, such as Jinwick, Dominic V, Jason B, MRL515. Look at that, just deletes that building. And that's when you see that and you're like, oh no, uh-oh, we might have a problem here. Sir Jack, Naganatana Cruiser, a.k.a. Pierce, Fazil, Al J, John M, and Hawks. Big thanks to all of those folks. Calls in the reinforcements. This is mass rockets and pit bulls as a Steel Talons player. He's like, what are Titans anyways? I don't want to build Titans. Sounds like our first epic unit steps into the game. Wait, can these zone heads could just delete this guy. Oh my gosh, Landius, no! You actually need to be way more bold with your zone heads. You could just move out onto the map and completely ruin one of these players. You could delete one of the Nod players in an instant. Behind this, he's actually going more and more zone raiders. So we have our first epic unit stepping out onto the map and our first bit of a misstep as a Zocom player can delete a Nod player. Oh, look at this. The first SAM site going down. But 1 SAM site does not stop this army, especially without Tib Core missiles. Oh, this is so unfortunate. A little bit of scouting, a little bit of quick decision-making would have completely ended this pink Nod player and put Landius, Platus, and Reaper in a really good spot for the late game. Playing a 3v2 is much easier than playing a 3v3. Although Reaper is, like, completely taken over the middle of the map. This is one guy, Bygi, on the left side of the map. He's had reasonably aggressive expansion, although he really just got, like, 3 refineries. Is that all he did? He really just got 3 refineries in the middle of the map, and then he's just hanging out with a bunch of purifiers and a Redeemer in his base. Lots of obelisks getting deployed. And, well... Shredder turrets. Oh, see, yeah, this is also quad turret, which we recently have had that reintroduced into the game. So quad turret is back, but this is the old version. SAM-site gets deployed. Oh, he doesn't focus fast enough, but it doesn't matter because that one volley was all that SAM-site got out. Harvester's coming up here. I feel like Reaper could probably be helping out a little bit here. Reaper has all of this infrastructure. Why do you have 4 MCVs? Oh my gosh, 4 MCVs, but he's not base pushing. This seems a little bit like a missed opportunity. Go for 4 MCVs, do it. 5 MCVs, go for 5 MCVs, do it. But then queue up infinity obelisks and just slowly leapfrog your way towards your opponent. Don't build 5 MCVs and then just build 6 refineries with them. That's no fun at all. Double engineer inside of this Redeemer. It's mass stealth tanks coming in here from Platus. All right, Platus is earning his marks and earning his place in our hearts with mass stealth tanks. 1 obelisk, 2 obelisk, 3 obelisk, 4 low power mode galore. That's what we're looking for. Oh, these obelisks just popping units. Redeemer does step on out, so not a target down of the Redeemer. Once again, these zone heads could just not delete the Redeemer, but they could do a ton of damage to this Redeemer very, very quickly. And there's virtually nothing that our team on the left side could do about it. Bunch of Mantises are here. You may actually need to lead with the... That feels like overkill. You may actually need to lead with the zone troopers that are on the ground. Oh, actually, the zone heads do a pretty good job of almost outranging the Mantises, but not quite enough. Well, a couple of rockets in the building do survive, and that is it. Oh no, all of those zone heads go down. So in the south, Platus and Reaper are making their way forward, and O has been defeated, handing everything over to Bygi, who's having his own trouble. But no, not anymore, because he realized he's got purifiers, and purifiers just delete infantry. Complete murder of those infantry, and yeah, baby, here we go. More and more obelisks, and exactly right, you got the idea. All right, Reaper is on top of it. He was a little bit faltering at the beginning, but he's got the idea now. If you're gonna go for this mass obelisk style, great, but just make sure you're a member of the recycling group. Sell off all of those obelisks to get your cash back so that you can build more obelisks. That's the goal of obelisks. And the unfortunate thing about having 2 harvester economy, even when you start with 40K, is it's not a lot of money. 1.02, 1.02 plus, doesn't matter, it's not a lot of money. 2 harvesters is just not very much. This one Mantis gets the kill. Oh no, Landius, you're letting us down. You got the coolest composition, one of the coolest compositions in the game, and you're letting us down with that performance. We've all been there, though. Maybe not recently, but we've all been there. MCV getting deleted. This is a lot of lasers, and he went double rockets inside of the Redeemer. The perfect counter to a guy who has 4 hammerheads. And that's going to be it for Landius. Oh, Shah finally steps forward. Railgun mammoths, but what's going to be the big hit? It's going to be a vapor bomb as Reaper is just getting removed. Fully upgraded Steel Talon says, I don't care if my harvesters don't work as well as you think they should. I can still build a big army and crush through the game. Right through the middle of the map. How many obelisks do you need to stop this? A lot. We'll see if these obelisks can slowly chip away at this army, but it looks like Landius is basically out of the game. He's got 1 refinery, and that is it. Not much more than that, as Reaper is forced to turn away from the south turn back to the north and take what few units he has and move forward. Speaking of which, where's the stealth tank army that this guy was building? They're just roaming around the map, maybe not doing anything, as Landius has been defeated. And finally, the obelisks have burned through basically every single one of the mammoths. Ooh, Mammoth gets a kill on a stealth tank right at the end there. Nicely done. And that is the last of Landius' structures. So Landius' legacy is no more. Reaper gets to benefit but with one rocket harvester. That's the limit of Landius' contribution to Reaper's army. Purifiers would be nice here to burn through these buildings. Ooh, gonna pick up a harvester kill as well. Reaper and Platus joining forces here to split the map, and they're actually going to be able to take out this southern base. Well, Platus is taking out the southern base, while Reaper distracts in the middle of the map. Lots of stealth tanks here for Reaper as well. I guess that is one advantage that the team on the right side has, is stealth tanks, as opposed to no stealth tanks on the left side. Spectres are here for Platus as well. He's going to be able to break down those buildings. And, well, a couple of Purifiers left up in the north. Redeemers and Purifiers ready to go. They're ready to fight once again. This is a lot of avatars from Reaper. A couple of stealth tanks mixed in as well. If you're going to engage this army, you definitely want to lead with a Rage Gen if you can. Oh, look at that. Decoy army as well. Avatars and Redeemers fire pretty slowly, so every decoy unit absorbs a full shot from these avatars, and these avatars fire slow. Oh no, Reaper just burning through these guys. Oh my gosh, there was 5, 6, how many more Purifiers there were? Look at that, and he just engaged with half of his army, leaving the other half at home. These Purifiers would have been so useful at the beginning of this fight. The Redeemer is doing good damage, though, sniping a bunch of these avatars. Reinforcements coming in here for Reaper. He's slowly moving his way forward. He's going to be able to clean up the last of the Purifiers, like another couple of volleys to delete those Purifiers. And if Engineers were here, they could be potentially turning the tide of this battle for either team. But it looks like the Vertigo Bombers are going to get the kill. That Redeemer gets sent down to the depths, and there's still 5, 6 avatars remaining on the front line for Reaper. Shah has been beaten back. Marv is on the way, it looks like, and he just stomps. Look at that, just thousands and thousands of credits worth of Purifiers just deleted as they just get stomped all over. Oh man, so many of those husks just could have been claimed, but nope, they will not be. Reaper and Platus feels like they've kind of worked themselves into a pretty good situation. They're going to be long-distance harvesting a decent amount of Tiberium as well, and as long as they don't lose this army to nothing, they should be fine. I guess there is a Marv coming out. A combination of Marv and a bunch of EMPs could definitely delete this army. But, like, obelisks, stealth tanks, I guess not if you lose your stealth tanks to all of these rocket troopers inside of buildings. Stealth tanks versus buildings with rocket troopers, it's not the most mismatched, but it feels like if you're playing Nod, you got a bunch of tools to clear out buildings. Why not bring one of those tools? Rather than getting a fully heroic rocket squad, is finally going to break the building, and these rocket squads will get deleted partially due to that obelisk. All right, Bygi has been beaten back. Is he getting another Redeemer? If he gets another Redeemer, that's just going to be funny. I don't think it's going to change the course of the game, but it will be funny. Oh, he wasn't actually building a Marv. I don't know what this guy is doing. Shah is, well, there we go. Oh, that actually did a surprisingly small amount of damage for 1.02. I feel like that should have done way more damage, but I guess he placed it a little far back. All right, avatars and obelisks. They're going to burn their way through. I love that it's just obelisks taking out rifle squads like one at a time. Just bonk, bonk, bonk. And yet, and now he's just slowly burning down the Reclamator hub. All right. We're wrapping this one up. Game number 2 looks like it's going to go the way of the team in the East. They went Beast, and they're going to be able to sweep up this match. Oh my gosh, that's so many engineers. He clearly wanted to grab those husks, and they all got stomperonied. Well, that's what happens. Sometimes you can't help but get stomperonied. Fire sale comes in. Shah has been defeated. And, well, it was a good attempt, but ultimately, I think this is going to be lights out for Bygi. Or maybe not. Maybe. Oh, wait. What's on the other? Oh, okay. It's a Millicent squad moving through the Tiberium field. I was like, ah! Did he manage to get something out? But no, of course he didn't. What could he have possibly gotten out on the other side of the map that would have made a difference? Mothership, I guess, if he had been playing Skrin. But no Skrin in this game. Fire sale comes in. And there we go. That's the end. Bygi has been defeated. Definitely an old game. But there we go. Bygi, Reaper, Shah, Platus, Landius, and O. Having fun. Probably a bunch of friends just matching up against each other. Reaper just blowing everyone out of the water on the resource grab, which, you know, when you saw how many obelisks and avatars he built, you know, that makes sense. But number 2 for half the game was actually Platus. So you had 2 guys on the same team just completely overwhelming everyone else with income. And, well, that is a ton of cash, almost 200K in under 20 minutes. And that'll do it for game number 2. Oh, that was a rough one. But I bet those folks had fun playing it. So good for them. And 18 minutes, that's not bad. The real kicker is when the game is like 46 minutes long, and it's the exact same amount of action that we just saw in the 18-minute game, but it's like it just takes 46 minutes. Those are the games that are no fun. But here we go. We got, 18 minutes. We got some not very good play, but some folks probably having fun. Majority of audience of this channel is on YouTube. Isn't streaming on YouTube instead of Twitch more beneficial? Yes, except these videos get edited. So instead of live streaming on YouTube and then privating the live stream and uploading the edit, I just do the stream on Twitch where I don't have to worry if anything goes wrong or, I just let the stream die when it does. Twitch deletes it in like 24 hours, basically. And then, I upload the edited version to YouTube. And also, back when I made the decision to do this, my thought was Twitch is like a viable alternative for live streaming at least, but as far as I can tell, Twitch is on the out. So my other reason for streaming on Twitch was like to stream more on Twitch, but that doesn't matter so much anymore. But yes, it would be much better in terms of viewers, to do the stream on YouTube. But the VOD goes up on YouTube, so the viewers just see it then. All right, you ready to jump into the next match? I think I am. Welcome to Tournament Los Angeles for a R19B game. I believe the current version is G, so this one is a little bit older, but I think you'll recognize the names, even if you don't recognize their faces, in the north as the Red Reaper 17. This is BikeRushOwnz. And in the south playing as the Yellow Reaper 17, this is Senna. A Reaper versus Reaper match here on Tournament LA. Always fun to see the somewhat unorthodox mirrors. You know, if you get a Steel Talons versus a Steel Talons, or a Zocom versus a Zocom, or in this case, Reaper 17 versus Reaper 17. Which now that I'm in this game, I feel like, wait, haven't there been like 4 mirror matchups of Bike versus Senna on Tournament LA? I feel like I've cast in the last year, I've casted these guys on this map more often than most other players on most other maps. For whatever reason, BikeRush and Senna played this map quite a bit against each other. I mean, it's a great map. I pretty much always enjoy the games on this map, so never really sad to see it, and it seems to produce pretty good games, so let's go for it. Fairly standard openings thus far. We'll see if these descents are able to do anything. Probably nothing of consequence. It's been a while since top-level players have lost much of anything to descents. But, you know, any scrin matchup will usually see a couple of descents at the start of the game. And especially in a mirror, it would be kind of surprising if no one built descents. Descents get cleared up. BikeRush gets the scout, leaves only 4 remaining. He's happy to trade out a couple of buzzers for those descents in that case. Looks like Senna has cleared up the scouting squad of BikeRush, and both of these guys are setting up their expansions quite quickly. Everything is looking pretty darn normal. Senna had those couple of descents, but that wasn't even that much of a commitment from Senna. Oh, I didn't even notice. Oopsie. Well, we'll see if that decides the game. That's going to be pretty frustrating. I'm actually surprised nobody beaconed it. I feel like most of the time when something like that happens, one of the players beacons it. Like BikeRush, when he scouts it, he might beacon it. But I guess not so much in this case. Could be big dev tank play. Could be one base into Reaper tripods. One base. They both have expansions. A fast tech is what I meant. But, I mean, it's not even that fast of a tech at this point. Oh, could be a big shard launcher, shard walker, shard launcher play. Where are you going with this engineer? Hey, now. Ooh, stasis as well. There we go. Mutant Hovel has been grabbed. Is this one of the guys where BikeRush builds a bunch of mutants? I guess. We'll see. Senna's got that misplaced refinery. Always annoying. We got some mutant marauders out on the map. And he went for the stasis chamber as well. All right, it's going to be double war factory at the main. No second refinery at the natural just yet. And lightning spike. Now, this might be a bit of harassment, but this might also be just a vision preservation tool. Some players will use the lightning spike purely just to keep the vision in the area. So even if you don't do any damage with it, the 1,500 credits for the lightning spike isn't really about the lightning spike. It's about holding the vision in the area. But normally, that's there's some other support power that comes into play with that. I think this is just maybe drawing the army over here. There's going to be a double portal as the response, and this is where these mutants are going to be perfect. They're going to be able to cut through those descents. Shard launchers are also going to be able to do that as well, but the mutants are also going to be able to target down those scrin vehicles pretty well. Calls in the buzzers, cleans up a chunk of the mutants, but that won't be enough, and this is going to be forcing Senna to go into buzzer hives instead of photon cannons. So while he would like to be able to just go photon cannons to kill off these vehicles, he has to go for a couple of buzzer hives as well to try and deal with the mutants. Descents are getting cut down, but the mutants have all been eliminated, and BikeRushOwnz is going to have to back off from the front line. But for now, most of his dev tanks are alive, which is what he actually wanted to keep alive. So as long as Senna doesn't kill the dev tanks, this is still pretty okay for BikeRush. We'll see if he's actually able to transition out from this. He's already got his natural expansion saturated, so even though he was late to getting saturated, he's going to be all right now. Blue Tiberium Harvester gets sniped. I'm not actually sure who grabbed most of the Blue Tiberium. Charge up on the green, calls in the Ichor Seed, and he's going to be able to harvest away that Tiberium as well. Senna potentially setting up over at the third on the right side of the map. I would kind of like him taking that as an expansion. And we'll see. Senna has gone tier 3, so he is into tripod territory. Might need to sell off some of these extra buildings just to get out more tripods. MCV moving over, so BikeRushOwnz wants to contest that third. He may not even know that Senna is there. One tripod may not be enough here. Force fields finish up just in time. And 5 dev tanks, they're actually going to cut and run. BikeRushOwnz doesn't get the victory there. He just kind of has to back off. Bit of an awkward exchange. Senna almost loses that tripod, but he doesn't. And Mechapede now going to be harassing these harvesters. Senna, is he going to be able to pick up 1, maybe 2 harvester kills here? That would actually be fantastic if he's able to cut down BikeRush's economy over at his natural expansion. Senna moving over to his own third on the west side of the map, so that was perhaps unintentional long-distance harvesting. Mechapede going to trade out. No, Mechapede cuts and runs, so he's going to try and draw the army into the corner. Just extend out this out-of-position BikeRush army. Adds an extra couple of seconds of travel time. Yeah, he drives all the way into the corner. Yeah, come and get me. At the same time, Senna moving over to the right side of the map. If he could catch this MCV and shut down this expansion, that would be phenomenal. As he's got a couple of tripods here, it's going to be up against Descent. Only one Gunwalker here, so the Descent could start to overwhelm. Senna calls in the Buzzer Hive once again. He's going to get the MCV one way or the other, and BikeRushOwnz is going to be dead in the water at this third expansion. FaZe on top of the tripod so they can walk on out of there, and no gravity stabilizer. So BikeRushOwnz is what you see, what you get. He has no hope of expanding. He needs to prioritize the income that he's got right now and just pump out a ton of units to cross the map and end the game. Because if he lets Senna get a third up and running, it's going to be lights out in the long term for BikeRush. This is where having that backwards refinery really does pay dividends for BikeRush. He's so glad that Senna had that messed up early game now that his MCV is dead and he cannot build any more buildings. BikeRushOwnz washing into the middle of the map. Senna getting overwhelmed, loses 2 tripods right at the start. This army of BikeRush feels disjointed and disconnected, but he's claiming a lot of tripod lives right now. The combination of Descents, dev tanks, and tripods is just crushing through everything that Senna has. Engineers need to jump inside of these husks, but BikeRushOwnz isn't giving them the opportunity, and suddenly BikeRush is the only one with tripods out on the map. It's Descents and Shardwalkers for Senna. That is all he has got going for him here on the ground. Double buzzer at the third. And BikeRushOwnz is going to be powering up on this Ichor Seed. He's going to be charging up the reserves of these tripods. And Senna is going to have to try and surround and make one last effort. I love this from Senna. He's able to catch a bunch of the reinforcements coming in from BikeRushOwnz. Gets a bunch of free kills on these Descents as they're traveling in. BikeRushOwnz has just got these guys warded over there. He's got them waypointed over there, and he's not paying attention, so they're getting wiped out. He calls in the Buzzer Swarm. He cleans up the Descents on the front line, gets the Harvester as well, and it may be an MCV for an MCV if Senna can't stop these tripods from coming in and blasting down this expansion. A couple of tripods coming in from behind. Senna has the tripods and maybe the numbers advantage in general. We'll see how the other units work out. It's going to be one lightning spike versus another. More portals coming in here from Senna. He takes down a tripod, but he loses a tripod. His health bar is getting drained, and he loses those force fields on the front line. It's 4 militant squads just draining the health from this tripod. Buzzers get called in once again, and BikeRushOwnz moves in for the kill. He's got a double vet tripod that gets the kill, and Senna desperately needs some engineers, but he can't close the distance with these militants here. Another militant cleans up these buzzers as Senna is trying desperately to stop the bleeding, and BikeRushOwnz isn't going to let the husks get claimed by Senna. Long distance harvesting on the right side for both players as Senna and BikeRush send their harvesters over there. Just a bit of a gentleman's agreement that they're not going to attack each other. They're just going to descend upon that field from a distance. Senna is just wasting units into the waiting arms of BikeRush's units, desperately trying to close the distance and end the last couple of units that BikeRush has, but he's just killing more and more of Senna's units, and now he's got a charged up double vet tripod hoping to go heroic, and Senna doesn't have nearly the burst of units to be able to get out onto the field, and look at this. BikeRushOwnz trying to clean up those portals, and he's done it. Fully heroic Reaper tripod. Oh, man. That's, this is going to be a tough one to break. Senna has almost broken the mutant lines, but every time the mutant lines almost get broken, BikeRushOwnz sort of just backs up and lets the mutants reset, and Senna is just sending units, squad after squad after squad, into just the maw that is BikeRush's mutants. Finally sells off all of the portals. That hasn't been working for a minute. And a couple of descents from BikeRush. He's managing to get kills on harvesters as they're long-distance mining. And Senna is running out of steam. He's literally running for his life, running from the mutants, running from the tripod. And the mutants finally get cleaned up here. Finally. BikeRushOwnz isn't going to be letting it happen. No, he gets the kill on almost every single descent, and reinforcements come in from BikeRush to waste the remaining descents. Oh, no, Senna. So close to victory, and BikeRushOwnz snatching it away from him. He feels like, no, the cell. Oh, no, Senna. I think that's the GG. He sells off his MCV, sells off the portal, and is probably typing away in the chat. Unless he has some kind of ace up his sleeve. And he doesn't. That's the end, as Senna has been defeated, and BikeRushOwnz takes the game on Tournament LA. Oh, man. So critical for Senna, and just didn't quite able to get it. That was a bit of a letdown from Senna. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to come out ahead. He was like moments away, inches away, it felt like, from crushing BikeRush. Like up to that third base kill was such a perfect read by Senna. And then he pulls back, and it's like, all right, he can pull back. He can kind of let his third get established, but BikeRush just crosses the map and kills almost Senna's whole army with what BikeRush already had. So the third base didn't even matter in that moment. A heartbreaker there for Senna. Well, hopefully he'll get him next time. Those maps sometimes are just so unbelievably close between two guys like that. Which CNC game brings the most viewers to the channel? Recently, General's Evolution. Which is not something I would have expected, but General's Evolution gets huge views, and sometimes just, like, out of nowhere. Like, there are some games that aren't very good games that have wild view numbers, comparatively. Like, obviously, we're talking Command & Conquer views. There's not a lot of views to go around. But the views are, like, pretty high for Command and Conquer numbers, especially. So it used to be Red Alert 3, like in 2020, and for most of 2021, it was Red Alert 3. And Kane's Wrath was, you know, like on average, only 5 or 10% behind. And then some of the Kane's Wrath tournaments would perform really, really well in terms of views. And so Kane's Wrath and Red Alert 3 were like, you know, on even footing, but Red Alert 3 a little bit more views. And then 2022, it's been like the year of Gen Evo and Kane's Wrath. A big part due to Bricky sending a lot of Kane's Wrath viewers over to the channel. So that sort of like swung things into the Kane's Wrath favor. Yeah, I think we're going to be able to do some more Bricky co-casts in the future. Oh yeah, the minimap showing the mutant hovel as neutral, yeah. Although that was R18, so 1v1 show match versus Bricky best of 7. I think I would be able to. I don't know that that would be like a fun match to watch, but I think that would be the best of 7 that I had a chance of winning. Maybe Bricky's got some moves that I don't know about. Yeah, Sparty too. Bricky, Sparty. I guess the Y in my name is in the middle. All right, well. Game number 4. Welcome to Tournament Odyssey R18 for game number 4 of the subscriber replay showcase in the north as the purple nod. This is Phoenix. And in the south as the pink, also playing nod. That's right, it is a nod mirror matchup. This is Dimitri. Dimitri and Phoenix going to be going at it with each other, or against each other, perhaps, in a nod mirror. Get a Reaper 17 mirror, get a nod mirror. You know, always nice to have a couple of mirrors in the game from now and again. By the way, big thanks to the folks who support the channel over on Patreon, such as Event Horizon, Jeffrey F., Jacob M., Fluffy Ninja Robotech, Merrick N., Fedon C., Interphase, TechDoc, Adams A. Big thanks to all of those guys. Things are looking pretty normal so far. I guess in a nod mirror, and I think this is a random nod mirror, so they don't necessarily know that it's a nod mirror going into it. But in a nod mirror, you know, things can turn wonky pretty quickly, but I don't think anything too crazy is going to be happening. Oops. Nope. Just lots of harvesters. Everything is looking 100% normal from these folks. Militants are coming in for the scout from Phoenix. I guess this is maybe a bit of a rematch, or this might have even been the same day as that Steel Talons versus GDI match on Tournament Decision. I think it's once again 10 Gen versus MWMW. So they got the same Smurfs. All right, bikes coming out from Phoenix. And just more harvesters from Dimmy. So he's going big into the harvesters right at the beginning. He has no fear at all. Going to be going for Bygi after that. All right, we'll see. Phoenix has maybe an opportunity here. It really depends on where the bikes go. Okay, so it's a double war factory at the expansion instead of refinery first at the expansion. So unless Phoenix has a perfect read on this, which it looks like he doesn't quite, it should be fine for Dimitri. All right, Phoenix now arriving at the main base, delayed by maybe 10 or 15 seconds because he stopped over at the natural. He sees the second war factory. He's going to be able to jump on the bike there. Trading bikes for bikes is going to be fine for Phoenix as long as he keeps those numbers down. But obviously, he was probably hoping to get harvesters, especially knowing what we know, that Dimitri want more harvesters more quickly than Phoenix did. Phoenix wants to shut down those harvesters. He has slowed down the natural expansion refinery by a lot, which is good for Phoenix. We might see things sort of equalize out as we cross a little bit further into the game. Dimitri, just happy to trade out for a moment. Gets a bit of a scout on Phoenix's natural. And there we go. Refinery comes up at the natural for Dimitri. So Dimitri faster with the early game economy. Phoenix faster with the mid-game economy. But we'll see if the harvester advantage continues for Dimitri. I think at this point they've sort of evened up. 4 at the natural. 5 at the main? No, 4 at the main, so 8 total. It's about the same for Dimitri. They're just separated out a little bit differently. Scouting squad comes in for Phoenix. Bike buggy for Phoenix, but Dimitri has worked in those Scorpion tanks. We'll see if Phoenix's army is able to outmaneuver Dimitri or not. Operations Center coming up here for Dimitri. MCV on the move after a third war factory. Phoenix going big into production. So before things get too crazy, big thanks to Breath of Fire, Shanrox, Liliar, Mark, Kuro, as well as Zenaid, Boyko K, Caffeine, Candace D, Chris T, Squatlock, Tuning Fork, Whimsiest, Fulkin Tomcat, and Boris as well. Always appreciated, never obligated what those guys donate. Bikes on the left side, Scorpion tanks on the right side for Dimitri. And it's going to be the MCV to the high ground for Phoenix. Oh, he deployed that one immediately, way far away from his natural. Gets the hand of Nod, so he is a little bit worried. He was worried about getting caught in the wrong position. MCV hasn't moved. It's straight to Tier 3 on the natural expansion. I love the grab of the defensive turret. Gets the power plant as well, and there's going to be the pack up of the MCV. I think he canceled out that base defense, whatever that was. 3 war factories going to be hard to keep pumping as his economy dries up. Although right around the time that this main base runs out of Tiberium, he should have his third base refinery coming up pretty soon. Expansion point for Dimmy. They're both taking their thirds, but in slightly different ways. Scorps versus Scorps. One guy has dozer blades, one guy doesn't. And look at that. Okay, Phoenix is actually going to identify that it's the expansion point. Deletes that immediately. Very nice kill there for Phoenix to delay any third base from Dimitri. He's going to get a nice Rivali off on this MCV. Might even be able to get it down to half health before anything really happens. Laser fence there just at the right moment will slow down the kill of that MCV. And at the same time, Phoenix moving out. He catches Dimitri's Conyard, but Dimitri gets the deploy barely in time. So this is going to be a huge amount of extra time for this Conyard to survive. If it had been deployed 1 second later, it would have died so much more quickly. Maybe not even this obelisk would have been deployed in time. Phoenix can absolutely get the kill on this obelisk, swings back and takes another couple of shots at this Conyard, and it looks like Dimitri just put a bunch of cash into that MCV play and is not going to be getting much for it. Phoenix behind this establishes his first refinery over at his third base, and he's having to hold off these attacks coming in from, or put the pressure on Dimitri here. Engineer jump inside of that con yard. He's going to be able to heal that guy up to full health. Obelisk does come down. Dimitri is looking to defeat the bike buggy with the high-powered Obelisk laser. That engineer just hasn't jumped inside of that MCV. He's still paying for repairs dollar by dollar. May actually lose this engineer. Oh, that's annoying. Loses the engineer. Dimitri perhaps making some mistakes here as Phoenix gets his third base well set up and established. Dimitri falters and nearly falls apart here. He's got those late game upgrades. He's got both laser capacitors and Tib core, so he's got the better units when it comes to a bike buggy fight, but maybe he did not account for the pure Scorpion tank numbers of Phoenix. Phoenix still doesn't have laser capacitors. Dimitri does, but Phoenix just has the numbers that Dimitri does not. Targeting down the power plants to slow any production, but I like killing off the war factory first, and I like Phoenix focusing on the main base, but maybe he won't be able to do that for much longer because the Scorpion tanks are swinging in from behind. Dimitri cutting off these forces as they try and retreat, and Phoenix may just need to try and trade one-to-one. He's losing so many tanks, but now he's finally trading a little bit more directly, and he's just trying to get on out of there so that he can get his own upgrades, get his own units on equal footing, even some panic fanatics as he finally goes up to tier 2, gets the secret shrine as well, and Phoenix is going to be losing a harvester in his main base as these Tib core bikes cycle around the map looking for another target. Fanatics coming in from both sides. Bikes in the north going to be backing off. They kind of realize, okay, there's not necessarily as much we can do at the natural expansion. Rocket Squad's laser buggies all here. Actually, I don't know if those are laser buggies. Do they have the upgrades yet? I feel like you should be getting laser capacitors pretty quickly, but he doesn't have it yet. Scorpion tanks. All right, Fanatics just going to eliminate each other in that engagement. Couple of Black Hand squads here for Dimitri, but finally, Dimitri has this third base. Even one of Phoenix's harvesters just hanging out there. He's supposed to be long-distance mining, but he is not. Dimitri hanging out with his Tib core bikes. These Fanatics just looking for those kills, but they're just drawing the fire of so many Scorpion tanks. This is truly the game of upgrades versus no upgrades. All right, Phoenix moves down onto the low ground. He's going to be able to take both of Dimitri's Tib spikes away. But Dimitri's upgrades have given him such an opportunity to fight Phoenix. Because for most of this game, it feels like now, Phoenix has had the numbers advantage. But he's had the numbers advantage and not the upgrade advantage, which has given Dimitri a whole new purchase on life. He has got a third base cranking. He has even got so many harvesters that he has to long-distance refine his Tiberium. He's going to be sending them down to the low ground, back to his natural expansion to unload Tiberium down there. Phoenix ready to go into Dimitri's main base. And Dimitri is ready to fight. Dozer Blades finally finishes up at the same time. Going to be dropping that disruption tower. And this is a lot of rockets. Dimitri did not realize how much firepower was waiting for him. And he is a little bit worried about it. At the same time, Flame Tank coming out here for Dimitri. He's like, you may be taking my Tib spikes, but I'm going to burn down your base. Bikes come into the middle between the third base and the main. All right, what is Phoenix's plan from here? He's going to be losing that Tib spike. That's actually fine for Phoenix. Dimitri not capturing those Tib spikes feels like, well, ooh, another harvester gets targeted down. Phoenix has just kind of this latent defense, which is just a couple of rocket squads sitting around in his base. It's not quite enough to take down all of the Tib core bikes. So the Tib core bikes are going to be getting some free shots onto that base. Finally, Tier 3 is here for Phoenix. 100 years after Dimitri got it, Phoenix has finally unlocked the power of Tier 3. All right, one bike down, second bike down. Yep, one bike remains. Harvesters are now safe. Flame Tank just hanging out. Didn't actually burn down the second Tib spike. Didn't continue on burning anything. Oh, Tib Vein detonation fires off. Takes down, it looks like, one Harvester. The other Harvesters escape with barely their lives. And Phoenix actually still has quite a bit of cash on this field. Just not a lot of Harvesters left to grab it. Ah, there we go with that Redeemer coming online. Dimitri says it is time to end it. Gets a Harvester as well. Gets the Refinery back at the third base. Gets the Harvester that's very low on health. Lucky for Dimitri. Or maybe he noticed that there was a low health Harvester and said, hey, this is a good 2-for-1. Oh my gosh, Laser Capacitors finally is about to finish up here. In the time that it took Phoenix to get Laser Capacitors, Dimitri now has a Redeemer, which again gives him a bit of an advantage in these Scorpion fights. Redeemer popping Scorpions, using that Rage Gen to delete whole areas of the map. All right, it's going to be Laser Capacitors, Dozer Blades versus Laser Capacitors, Dozer Blades with some rockets. Dimitri backs off. His Scorpion Tank's largely surviving that moment. And it's Redeemer versus Decoy Redeemer, as this Decoy Redeemer finally gets removed. Radar jamming missile fires off as well. And hoping to clean up a couple of Harvesters here. Phoenix is wanting to cut down Dimitri's economy, but Dimitri's economy is largely on the opposite side of the map. Phoenix is going to be able to do a good amount of damage to that Redeemer, but maybe not much more than just damage that'll eventually get healed up. EMP going to be coming online. I guess that was actually Phoenix who used that. I'm not 100% sure. No, okay, Dimitri did get a massive number of Awakened squads to try and cut down on Phoenix's forces, but now Phoenix is hoping to get the EMPs and his own Awakened squads. Although, no, maybe those were Phoenix? I don't even know whose Awakened squads those were. I thought they were Dimitri's, but I guess they were actually Phoenix's. Purple versus pink Awakened squads are pretty similar looking. Dimitri backs off. Phoenix has re-established himself. He really needs to get this Tiberium. He has been struggling to get that Tiberium. Dimitri denying that third base has been very useful for him in extending out this game. A couple more bikes coming in here. Dimitri will not let Phoenix's Harvesters survive. Dimitri has been playing so well in the year 2022. Just putting out phenomenal games for at least half the year. And Phoenix loses his Redeemer. No, Phoenix, no. And Dimitri, well, he has not totally routed Phoenix. He's done a really good job of holding off Phoenix, who for a long time had an army advantage. But maybe not so much anymore. The Redeemer is gone. The beam cannons are nice. Those bikes finally going down. Dimitri just constantly with the bikes throughout much of this game, poking and prodding, harassing wherever Phoenix is not looking. Now he actually has a flame tank coming in. Well, it won't win him the game, but forcing your opponent to rebuild power plants this late in the game is just super annoying to deal with. And, well, this might win him the game. If he catches this MCV, especially gets the War Factory in the Tier 3, this is going to be lights out to Phoenix's future army. It won't matter how much Tiberium you've got on your side of the map. If you can't actually refine any of it, Flame Tank is still there. MCV under fire. EMP lands or low power mode on that Disruption Tower, and 10-Gen Uzi, a.k.a. Phoenix, gets defeated once again. Oh, Dimmy! With the better upgrades and the worse army and positioning for most of that game, but those upgrades were so good. The economy going neck and neck. Dimmy had more Harvesters. Phoenix had more Refineries. And it basically evened out, and then Phoenix got a little bit of an edge, and eventually Dimitri just took it back, took it away from him. Brutal match loss for Phoenix. Two really good games overall, though. Both of the Phoenix-Dimitri games. BM198, what's up? Overall, really action-packed games tonight. 4 replays, 3 of them were pretty phenomenal. One of them was not super great, but still like reasonably short and had a decent amount of action in it, so just not a very high level of strategy. All right, I think we got one more game before we take a bit of a break, and we got 4 more games at least, and then 2 more games that we're going to try and get to. Welcome to Ice Arena for Game 5 of this showcase. In the north, spawning as the yellow Marked of Kane, this is Senna. As the pink Zocom, his teammate in this 2v2, this is Phoenix. And on the other side of the map, making up the other half of this 2v2, as the orange GDI, this is DuneTiger. His teammate as the red GDI. Give it up for BikeRushOwnz. Phoenix is Zocom, by the way, if I did not say that. Ice Arena, one of those 2v2 maps that we get to see every once in a while. It's not necessarily the most popular 2v2 map, but it is pretty popular, all things considered. And it has shown us a number of pretty darn good games over the years. And here we get to see a double GDI team, by the way, random factions, but a double GDI team, which does feel like it gives them the advantage. Just how people have been choosing their factions in the year 2022. Double GDI seems like the strong one. But we'll see. You know, Zocom and Marked of Kane. Zocom maybe a little bit less than Marked of Kane. But, you know, people know how to play them. It's not like they're a total loss. But in tournaments in 2022, it has been overwhelmingly GDI players. Everybody choosing GDI regardless of what they what they played before. So if this goes a traditional tournament kind of a route, then yeah, it's going to be a lot of Juggernauts, a lot of Sonic emitters, a lot of multi-MCV kind of stuff. And of course, Zocom, they don't have any Juggernauts, so we'll have to see how their aircraft can fill that role of artillery. MCV moves down to the south. Meanwhile, for the player going to the big single field, it's a very short walk to your natural. DuneTiger going to be matching Senna in that sense. Bike Rush and Phoenix have the longer walks to make. By the way, big thanks to Monty C, R, Sheffenikoff, Squish, Colton B, Ian W, or Leon W, Umar Q, Yannick, PMR, Al J, Jacob R, Michael H, Zhang Cheng H, Horung H, and Blazin Ace for supporting the channel over on Patreon, especially when things are looking so straightforward, so average. I feel like I've seen this game before. BikeRushOwnz going for the APCs on the top side. this, like, Pitbull APC combo that a bunch of players have been doing in the year 2022, and it almost never does much damage. It does a little bit of damage, but it's more like if your opponent is playing ultra greedy. It's the equivalent of going for, like, 5 bikes as a Nod player, and if your opponent is going ultra greedy, you can pop a Harvester, maybe 2. But a 2v2, I feel like the likelihood of both players playing ultra greedy is pretty low. But yeah, I don't know if I just saw a bunch of 2v2s in the last year, but this feels very, very familiar. DuneTiger shows up with a bunch of Pitbulls. He's going to be having to face Phoenix and a bunch of, well, Phoenix's Pitbulls and a bunch of Rockets as well. The Rockets are really going to decide that one. Senna backs off up to the north. BikeRushOwnz, I love the foxhole in the trees. This seems like a misrallied waypoint here. BikeRushOwnz with 2 harvesters. Oh my gosh, he stole 2 loads of Tiberium. This is just Senna not realizing the free harvester kills that he's basically being gifted. Okay, no, only 1.5. 1.5 loads of Tiberium of green stolen from his opponent. I think that was a complete misrally, and BikeRushOwnz just didn't realize the first one, and so he basically got a free load of Tiberium without realizing, and then the second one he called off, and he was like, hey, what are you doing over there? Airfield coming in here from BikeRushOwnz. No second airfield, it looks like. Okay, he goes tier 3 on the tech. Bygi is tagging that MCV, and this is a multi-MCV play from BikeRushOwnz, so he is going to be going for that double MCV. Maybe the sonic emitters? We'll see. Could be like triple or quad sonic emitter if both players are building sonics behind the scenes. Main bases are drying up in terms of Tiberium. Pitbull's rolling into a bunch of defense. Phoenix even drops a Guardian Cannon, and Senna goes multi-MCV himself. He's happy to try and match BikeRushOwnz in the late game defenses side of things. BikeRushOwnz gets 1 refinery deleted due to a catalyst missile. That is nice for Senna, being the only Nod player, the only one with those extra powerful 1-clicks. But we'll see Sonic Emitter, or, whoa, that was completely wrong. Shockwave Artillery and Orbital Bombardment. We'll see if they're able to land on these armies. A couple of Hammerheads are here. Meanwhile, in the background, Sonic Emitter and an Obelisk blasting away at each other. APC's just getting eliminated. Bit of a whiff on that EMP, but that's okay. Random couple of base defenses. Phoenix and DuneTiger looking to go against each other, and BikeRushOwnz says, I'm just going to deploy a Marv right here. He's about 1/3 of the way done with that Marv, cranking towards a full Marv right on your opponent's doorsteps. Can be extremely annoying, and Phoenix comes through with the Firehawks. Massive bombing run. He maybe should have targeted down the Reclamator hub, or even, oh no, he just sells it off. Laser fence on the tech center, so that's going to take a lot of Firehawks to burn down. But this is Obelisks and Sonic Emitters from our team on the left side, and they are just routing Bike Rush pretty much from end to end. Oh, even Zone Raiders getting called in. Phoenix calls in a couple of Zone Raiders. Defeat the Harvesters, defeat the Refinery. This is like 3 Harvesters getting targeted down. Man, Zone Raiders are so bad at hitting moving targets. It's unbelievable how bad Zone Raiders are at hitting moving targets. That was a great showcase. Even in R18, they were terrible. In all versions of Kane's Wrath, they are terrible at hitting moving targets. Marv's stepping out onto the field. DuneTiger gets his Marv in the south. BikeRushOwnz natural expansion just gets completely deleted there as Senna and Phoenix just stomp Bike Rush's economy basically out of the game. Phoenix shows up with a couple of Pitbulls. He runs into DuneTiger's forces, and DuneTiger is like, let's go. I've still got 1/4 of this Tiberium field to chew on. to fuel my MCV push into Phoenix. So let's see if Phoenix can take it. I mean, Phoenix is pretty well set up. He's never going to have railguns, so that's kind of a disadvantage for Phoenix. But he does have a couple of obelisks already here. DuneTiger drops down the first sonic emitter, gets a nice shot against the Predators of Phoenix. And, well, I guess Phoenix is going to have to fend for himself if Senna is across the map attacking BikeRushOwnz. Shockwave artillery gets called in. Are you kidding me? Every single shot misses the Marv. The Marv just inches away from getting EMP'd, but it's still here. It's still online. Mass Zone Raider from Phoenix to just burn this Marv down. A couple of Juggernauts are here from DuneTiger. Hopefully, Phoenix is able to deal with them quickly, but the sniper team's doing insane damage to thin out those Zone Raiders and just removing everything from the map. Those Firehawks cutting off the background and just deleting the infrastructure of BikeRushOwnz, taking him into low power mode, but Phoenix doesn't have the strength to stop this push by himself. It's going to take some obelisks from Senna. It's going to take an orbital bombardment as well. The RNG is good, but maybe not great. It's looking pretty great. One more shot. No, he doesn't get it on that Juggernaut. He is not able to get that last shot to kill off anything. And that was an orbital bombardment that softened up the army, but didn't kill anything. The Marv goes down. Despite that, Senna is able to get the kill on the Marv with those obelisks. Juggernaut's getting targeted. BikeRushOwnz adds a couple of sonic emitters in the north. A scrappy fight on Phoenix's doorstep as BikeRushOwnz reestablishes his expansion into the north. He's got that natural finally cranking for him, and this Rage Machine steps in to the reinforcement path, but it will get caught by the Shockwave artillery. Finally does land a couple of shots, getting very close to the Redeemer without actually catching it, and the Juggernauts just explode. I don't know if that was actually Firehawks taking down Juggernauts. Firehawks are terrible at killing units, but they may have had just enough health or just enough damage to kill off those Juggernauts as the Redeemer goes down, and that Firehawk is just slowly getting whittled away by the rocket squads on the ground. That guy just spinning his way into his grave as he spins his turret around and around and around. And that will do it for the epic units. Everybody got to make one, and everybody got one deleted. Well, I guess not BikeRush. BikeRush lost his Reclamator hub before the Marv actually stepped out onto the field. And as always, it comes down to the obelisks and the sonic emitters. These guys just trading every single way. And no, DuneTiger sends all of his harvesters over to Phoenix's base, I think in a bit of a misclick or a misrally or something. But he sends all of his harvesters over and then suddenly realizes, wait, what are all these harvesters doing on the front line? And it looks like DuneTiger is going to have a bunch of Predator tanks to deal with. Unupgraded, sure, but still Predator tanks. DuneTiger may have to back off here, and he's even got a harvester in the north attacking Senna. BikeRushOwnz has reclaimed that natural expansion, and I feel like BikeRushOwnz should be able to power up and do something. He doesn't actually have much anywhere. He's got a barracks on the south side. BikeRushOwnz, it feels like he should have a ton, but he doesn't have much. Senna, on the other hand, he is going supercharged particle beams. He is surrounding these sonic emitters and just burning through their health bars slowly but surely. And that Redeemer will not be born. The Redeemer engineering facility was too close to the front line. Senna thought it was safe to put there, but it was not. I love this one harvester just slowly working away at that SAM site in the north. Phoenix crosses the map. He's going to get a harvester kill, maybe even 2 harvester kills, but no. DuneTiger isn't going to let it happen. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that harvester actually survives. And now Phoenix may not even get this harvester either. It's going to be close as that rifleman goes golden and the harvester finally goes down. And this rifleman, well, he's going to get out of there. One single squad member might survive. MCV gets sold off. DuneTiger and BikeRushOwnz, they took the fight to their enemy, and they pretty much bled the map dry. everyone is almost out of Tiberium or DuneTiger. What are you doing with this harvester, man? He's just going everywhere with this harvester. If there was more cash on the map, I would say maybe he's like scouting for one-clicks, but I don't even know what he's doing with that harvester. Senna's supercharged particle beams. It came in late to the game, but it may have been just the ticket. Another Marv is on the way. Laser fence makes this extremely difficult to break. Engineer is going to be coming in here as well. And I don't even know where this game is going from here. It feels like everybody kind of took their shot and used all of their money to do it, and then it just sort of hasn't really turned into anything. I hope this harvester eventually goes down, but at the same time, I hope the harvester never actually dies. BikeRushOwnz gets a Marv. DuneTiger is about to get a Marv as well. And I think that might be the swing in the right direction that these guys finally need. Oh, killing a zone trooper squad and an engineer. Nice little hit there. Doesn't win you the game, but it's a nice little strike, a nice little advantage. Kills the engineer of BikeRush as well. Any bit you can do to reduce the effectiveness of your opponents is nice. All right, EMP's landing. Senna finds all of these awakened squads, lands one EMP, and then backs on off. Maybe that harvester eventually went down, or maybe we'll see another report from it in a moment. Riflemen with that AP ammo, they just do so good damage when you got 4 or 5 riflemen out on the field. They just burn through units. Well, not so much against the Venoms, but, you know, against the other ground units. Oh, Phoenix trying to come in here. He's going to get the airfield. No, he doesn't! The last... Okay, there we go. He gets it. He's trying to wait for them to be on the deck, but it just wasn't going to happen. BikeRushOwnz trying to load up anti-air missiles so that he can remove the Firehawks of Phoenix. I think Phoenix is waiting for... Yeah. He's waiting for orbital jump. What is that even called? You know the names of these things. Sky Miles. It's called... Uppy Dupsy. It's called Toppy Woppy Skipping Arc. It's called something, I know it. Jump, atmospheric jump. Upsy daisy. Oopsie whoopsie. If it doesn't work once, try it again. Sky High Miles. Mile High Club. Skim the atmosphere. Firehawk teleport. That was a curious place to use a Zocom Orca Strike. What is it actually called? Strato Fighter. Okay, yeah, that's what it's called. Same thing. Atmospheric boost. Harvesters for BikeRushOwnz, they're literally just absorbing damage, and it is the joint Marv attack group force. EMP does land on BikeRush's Marv, but they spent a ton of cash defending the south. They did not spend that cash defending the north. There is not much on the ground here for Phoenix and Senna, who fought extremely well. And they even have a Marv of their own. But it feels sort of like 2 Marvs against 1 is a bad math equation. You know, interestingly, BikeRushOwnz went triple rocket squad, which is definitely like the discount option. And the shockwave lands. That's a lot of damage as that shockwave artillery catches the Marv perfectly. And the return fire gets double the trouble. Catches 2 Marvs at once, but the health bars still don't equal each other. It's 2 against 1, and this forest of supercharged particle beam shredder turrets has maybe enough firepower to turn the tides. That Marv isn't going to die. Try as you might to EMP it, you're not going to kill the Marv when it's that high on health, when you do that little damage. And I guess eventually this game will end, but right now we might be caught in a never-ending cycle of Marv trading blows and then healing up and then trading more shots and healing up. It's war factories for the repairs on both sides. 2 of the Marvs have double engineers. One of the Marvs is just relying on those on the war factory heals. Another Shockwave Artillery. I guess this is BikeRushOwnz Shockwave Artillery. He finally caught the Marv of Phoenix. It's going to be Orbital Bombardment to fire off on the other side to try and even the score, but the damage is not the same. EMP does land. Senna gets a shot in here, removing DuneTiger's Marv from the equation, but it's going to be the Orbital Bombardment, and it's going to be too much damage for Phoenix to deal with, even with the rig on the front lines. No railguns for Phoenix. You may be able to get one Marv, but that doesn't stop the siege. And oh, he may not even get this Marv. BikeRushOwnz may be able to save his Marv here. Just a rifleman squad coming in on the south side. And after all of that, Senna and Phoenix still have not dislodged DuneTiger and BikeRushOwnz. That's kind of a dangerous spot for a tech center, it feels like, on the front lines here. Juggernaut comes out right onto the front lines. Should be able to target that guy down pretty quickly. It's not in range of the sonic emitters or anything, so not actually able to take that down. Sonic emitter, I think, was just force-fired on the ground. Yeah, you use the trick where you force-fire the sonic emitter right on the edge of its range, and it does splash outside of its range. Look at that. Firehawks coming in. Phoenix has done an insane amount of damage over the course of this game with his Firehawks, just blasting through building after building, all kinds of infrastructure. And BikeRushOwnz, once again, his MCV is getting blasted down by Static D. The War Factory gets added on, this time from BikeRushOwnz. And the one Juggernaut is just pounding away shot after shot at Senna and Phoenix. And we are still not at the answer yet. It feels like BikeRushOwnz and DuneTiger should have the advantage because they have two Marvs, but they have just been unable to do anything. And part of that is Senna always has the EMP on nearby. It's always going to be ready with the number of Shredder turrets that he has. There's always the opportunity for a couple of EMPs. If you step too far forward and you don't have support for these Marvs, they are going to get locked down, and they are going to get bled to death. It's going to be a slow death, but it will be a death nonetheless. BikeRushOwnz, or I guess Phoenix, actually, yeah, Phoenix beacons his own Reclamator hub. He's like, hey, don't worry, I've got a Reclamator hub coming up. I've got another Marv coming into this fight. We don't need to survive forever. EMPs landing one after another. BikeRushOwnz desperately trying to get these APCs onto the front line so that he can burn down those awakened. But it's kind of working, kind of not. They may have bought enough time. They have indeed. Phoenix has another Marv out on the field. I don't even know how long this game has been going, but it feels like it could go for another hour, and it would just be the same fight going on, extended out for minutes into tens of minutes into hours of minutes as BikeRushOwnz and DuneTiger siege the natural expansion of Senna, and Senna just keeps pushing them further and further back. It's Firehawks against Firehawks. BikeRushOwnz trying to stop all of the damage that Phoenix has been able to do, and Phoenix just walks two Predator tanks into the natural expansion of DuneTiger, and he might get a kill on this command post. He might get the kill on the command post. The second Zone Trooper squad is about 10 seconds too late to the party. All right, Senna has lost his forest of Shredder turrets, but they have kind of made safe this natural expansion. The Marvs are backing off. They're going to be hoping to re-engage. I guess that rig got cleaned up. I thought that rig pulled behind the War Factory, but maybe not. Oh boy. Nobody has had any Tiberium for so long. I guess Senna has Seed Tiberium, but he hasn't been able to drop it in quite some time. I think maybe he didn't go back up to tier 3. Those Firehawks nearby for Phoenix. Oh, Bike Rush goes veteran on his Marv. And Senna can just place so many Shredder turrets. And Supercharged Particle Beam has been nerfed from 1.02. But, I mean, it is still pretty good. It's not as good as it used to be, but it's still pretty good. I feel like if Senna had been able to hold on to the Tib chemical plant, he would have been able to drop enough seed Tiberium over the last 500 minutes of this game that he actually would have had decent income. Seed Tiberium gives you a lot more than it costs. I mean, it does still cost something, but you get a lot more Tiberium than it costs you. Was that an engineer sneaking in somewhere? How did he get a Grenadier squad into the back line of Phoenix and Senna's base? Into the natural of Phoenix. 1 engineer, 3 Zone Raiders squads. I assume those are Zone Raiders and not Grenadiers. That'd be pretty sad if they were Grenadiers. This 1 Grenadier is still just, like, going to town on the left side of the map. Oh, there's a tip spike in the corner there. I guess that's something you could target. You could try and take that down. Both players still do have it. Double War Factory, double repairs. Zone Troopers, Juggernauts. It feels like DuneTiger and BikeRushOwnz are finally scraping together one late-game GDI army. Are you ready? Shockwave Artillery catches Phoenix, catches the Sonic Emitter as well. And this is 2 Juggernauts with a ton of firepower. Good night to that Marv, and sleep tight to BikeRushOwnz and DuneTiger. I hope your EMP dreams are delirious, because that's how I'm feeling as this game drags on. And this Shredder turret army is the only thing that it feels like is keeping Senna and Phoenix in this game. That last Marv for Phoenix did essentially nothing. I feel like an equal amount of money just pumped into Orcas or Predator tanks or almost anything else would have been better than whatever that Marv did. That was just a case of that Marv got caught by an EMP and there was just way too much firepower to Phoenix to be able to escape. Obviously, he was hoping that Marv would be able to, you know, toe the line and just walk in, walk out, and soak up a lot of damage without ever actually dying, but it just got deleted. MCV is finally getting caught. This is not Senna's only MCV. Okay, yeah, unless he sold off that other MCV. Another Reclamator hub. Endless Reclamator hubs coming in for Phoenix. But the Juggernauts may be the answer that they have been looking for this whole time. BikeRushOwnz and DuneTiger playing this one out in the long term, the ultra late game. I don't even know what that was. Something got heroic, and then something died. As DuneTiger's Firehawks are stratofightering back from somewhere and doing something. Senna moves his second MCV. He's like, don't worry. I've still got some Shredder turrets left in me. I've still got some money in the bank. One more factory in the south. Shredder turrets getting sold off. I guess, yeah, just throw out a couple of EMPs if you can, just to delay this army. Not that it's really doing anything meaningful, but Senna with these stealth harvesters able to just sneak Tiberium away from your opponent. I guess that is a nice advantage of a Nod or a Marked of Kane faction. Senna's got a couple of buggies in the south, poking and prodding. BikeRushOwnz with a rig on the front line. He's like, I'll just bring my war factory with me. It's going to be called a rig. And it's going to have 2 guns and the ability to repair my units. DuneTiger drops a Sonic Emitter, and what an overkill way to deal with 2 bikes and 2 buggies as he just blasts away those units. And Senna's like, knock, knock, here I come. That Marv almost rolls into the zone, the Zorka strike, but it does avoid most of the damage. BikeRushOwnz and DuneTiger both have single vet Marvs out on the field. Harvester does eventually go down, but the last bike gets traded out for it. And Senna's MCV is down in the south. He's hoping maybe for a base trade or something. I would call it a base race, but it's much too slow to be called a base race. Oh, man. That tungsten shell is so good. Phoenix Oh, he did manage to get out another Marv. I mean, if you can't deal with the EMP, I'm not sure what this Marv is going to do differently. Maybe he bombed... Oh, he might have bombed out the... Oh, the Space Command uplinks are gone, I think. That's actually sick. If he bombed out those Space Command uplinks, BikeRushOwnz goes double vet on the Marv, but it's APCs from DuneTiger to back up this boy. And he's hoping that he can delete any EMP throwers before they lob out that EMP. DuneTiger making his way down the other side of the ridge. Sonic emitters versus Shredder turrets in the south. And Senna is, you know, I guess out of this game, but hoping that Phoenix can manage a 1v2 in the last couple of moments. Phoenix does still have an MCV of Senna, so in theory, if he could get up to some one-clicks, he could, you know, get some kind of Tiberium back out on the map. DuneTiger backs off the APCs, possibly just to let this Marv go heroic. Hoping that that Marv will... Oh, one of these Firehawks is fully heroic! Oh my gosh, that's something you do not see every day. Fully heroic Firehawk. The veterancy of this game has just been ranking up higher than most other matches. No one is willing to yield. Well, I guess Senna yielded. Senna backed out of the game and it was like, all right, you guys finish this one out without me. Ceramic armor, zone heads, and BikeRushOwnz triple rocket inside of that Marv is paying dividends now. Phoenix is getting encroached upon. His entire base getting pushed and shoved down into the corner. BikeRushOwnz hoping desperately to go fully heroic on this Marv, but it's just not happening. APCs and a Marv closing in. DuneTiger wants to make quick work of Phoenix's Marv. And, well, Shockwave Artillery is going to lock down some of the Juggernauts. It just doesn't matter. Marv goes down, MCV under fire, and BikeRushOwnz goes golden on this Marv, fully heroic, as he is hoping to win the day with a heroic Marv. And it's not even necessary. That will do it for game number 5, as that one stretches on well past the expiration date. It felt like a cool 31 minutes exactly. And 20 of those minutes were just DuneTiger and BikeRushOwnz with 2 Marvs fighting against Senna's supercharged particle beam turrets. And Phoenix actually coming out ahead in the income graph. I did not feel that in the army sizes, but I guess that is that's how it actually turned out. Phoenix and Senna making a little income sandwich on that graph. Although I guess after Senna died, then that kind of makes sense, because Phoenix got all of that. Anyways, that'll do it for game number 5. Let's jump into game number 6 eventually. Woo, that is a good spot to call a breakerino. Let's see. Oh, we're actually back into Ice Arena for another game. Another 2v2. Although this is an R19 2v2, so... But we'll see about that eventually. We're gonna take a little breaksy. An in-between games screen. What? What does that comment even mean? OMG, we miss you. What do you miss me from? I think there was like only 3 days where there wasn't a video. I was traveling, so I was gone. But like, yeah, I had videos coming out. So, what do you mean you miss me? Do you apply for Twitch affiliate? No, I don't think I'm going to. I don't know that there's any advantage for me applying to Twitch affiliate. What you mean by R19? That's the patch. So the version of the game that the devs left was 1.02. They released basically 2 patches after Kane's Wrath came out. 1.02 Plus is a community patch, and versions of 1.02 Plus are differentiated by release numbers. So it should be like 1.03, 1.04, 1.05, that kind of thing. if it was a normal patch numbering. But instead of calling it 1.03, 1.04, 1.05, they call it 1.02 plus release, and then the number is the version. So R1, R2, R3, all the way up to R16, and then they skipped R17 for non-confusing reasons, I guess. They were worried that people who are very foolish would be confused, so R18 and R19. But then, within that, there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G is the current version of R19. Twitch affiliate lets us use our Twitch Prime on this channel, so you get a little bit of Bezos' money. Okay. That might be worth it. So, one of the reasons why I don't care too much about Twitch partner or affiliate or anything is if Twitch requires me to run advertisements. Like, Twitch ads are the worst part of watching stuff on Twitch. And I don't know if there is an advertisement requirement. And if there is a requirement to run ads, then I have no interest in running ads on Twitch. Because as a viewer, I hate them. Like, YouTube ads, I don't like ads in general. But YouTube ads are at least reasonable. Twitch ads are insane. When Twitch runs a block of ads, and it's like 6 ads in a row, and every single one of them is 30 seconds. And they're unskippable. But I guess you just run an ad and then you go on a long break, which is what I'm about to do. So, I don't know. I kind of figured I didn't need Twitch affiliate or anything, so no, I haven't applied for it, but maybe I should reconsider that. All right, I'm going to go make some tea, get ready for the next matches. Welcome back to Ice Arena for another 2v2. In the north side playing as the red Steel Talons, this is Mr.MC. His teammate as the orange Blackhand, this is Face Guy. You'll understand once you see his actual name. But on the other side of the map, on the south side, as the green marked of Kane, this is Lamas. And his teammate as the purple GDI, this is Wildcom. Lamas not to be confused with Lumos. And yes, that is what I mean by Face Guy. I don't know, how am I supposed to pronounce that guy's name? B-Face D-Face? Well, I guess it's not a second face. B-Face D? B-Face D? By the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, there should be timestamps in the description, but also, if you hear me refer to someone, I'm talking Twitch chat, because I am streaming these games live on Twitch, well, these replays. And someone asked, what's the difference between Tib Wars and Kane's Wrath? A lot. A bunch of stuff. It's an expansion for the game. It's like a bunch of stuff that's different. I don't even know what is that question. I guess go to Wikipedia? Savage, big thanks to Savage Regime, Blockade Runner, Brian, Gabriel F, Nikola Tesla, yeah, the one from the 1800s, BBB, Havasman, Razor Crest, Lieutenant Victor, Brett A, K-Rao, Milos M, and David B. Big thanks to all of those guys for supporting the channel over on Patreon. No MCV move just yet. Okay, he's going for his third. Oh, classic. Oh, no, you weren't supposed to sell that. You sold the wrong thing. Oh, the power plant. You're not supposed to sell the power plant. Lamas rolls in with a couple of bikes. Going to be targeting down the heavy harvester. Gets a kill, maybe. That's a lot of sold off buildings. Gets one kill. Mr. MC is going to be down on the income, down on the eco. Only loses 1 bike for it as well. That's a good kill by Lamas, who transitions over to his natural expansion and gets a kill. That was a bit of a goof mistake from Face Guy, whose expansion is also super duper delayed by this. Oh! No, he's going double War Factory. Double War Factory and double power plant, double refinery. The only thing that's not doubled is the MCV, of course. Going for a couple of bikes, maybe a couple of buggies as well. But a really great opening for Wildcom and Lamas, who have opened extremely normally, but one of their opponents has opened very poorly. And so just by the nature of Lamas and Wildcom not having any major missteps in the first couple of minutes of this game, they are, by default, in a pretty solid position. Now, that can change quite a bit as Face Guy gets himself stabilized. He's got 2 war factories and 2 refineries, so he is going to be pretty safe for the next couple of minutes. Wildcom rocks up with a couple of pit bulls. Commits a lot to this attack. If that's the only harvester, then that was not at all worth it. He may have found 1 harvester here at the natural. He may have been able to clean that up. But Face Guy is now going to be coming in from behind and may be able to kill off any reinforcements that are coming over to support that attack. But Wildcom and Lamas are just happy to set up their natural expansions and play this one a little bit more slowly. Face Guy finally gets his extra power plant, gets his extra refinery up and running, so he is going to be feeling much better about the state of the game now. Maybe even once he gets his 4th refinery up, but we'll see if he decides to go for the tech or the 4th refinery first. Bit of a wonky start, bit of a difficult opening, but things have calmed down. Things have stabilized. I feel like we're feeling pretty good. Couple of EMPs landing. Perhaps unfortunately here for Face Guy, but no real firepower to take down those bikes. So 4 bikes getting caught by an EMP. In another situation, that would be 4 dead bikes. But in this case, it's really nothing. Nothing at all. Second War Factory is up and running for Mr.MC, as well as his 2 refineries on the natural. And Face Guy is finally feeling good. If he gets an operations center, he's going to be doing even better. Pitbulls trading out with Pitbulls and bikes. Wildcom looking for a bit of damage here and there. No harvesters get tagged. It looks like Face Guy was paying attention. Lamas and Face Guy going to be facing off in the south. Meanwhile, nothing's happening in the north. Wildcom was maybe about to engage, but he backed off, and now he's perhaps re-engaging. A couple of orcas are here. Harvester hunting season is in session. 1 harvester down. 2nd harvester will be clipped, but not before a couple of orcas get traded out for it. 4 orcas to be precise. And that is a heavy price to pay for only 2 harvester kills. That is a lot of pitbulls on the ground from Mr. MC, so I do not suspect that those orcas, once they committed, that they were ever going to escape. Bike swinging in here from Lamas, getting a couple of shots off. Mr. MC having some trouble with his harvesters. Losing a couple of harvesters when it looks like he's already down on harvesters. Okay, no, he's back up to 4, so that's actually fine. Could transfer 2 or 3 over from this main field. So, yeah, Mr. MC is actually fine on harvester numbers as long as his harvesters actually get to that field where he needs them to go. Mr. MC up to Tier 3. His Marv Reclamator Hub isn't out on the field just yet, but Wildcom is still going to have a minute before his Marv is actually across the map. So, potentially no problems there. Face Guy steps out onto the map. Big line of Scorpion tanks. And he is Blackhand, but he's up against a Marked of Kane. So I guess it's just going to be Dozer Blades for both players, but no hope of laser capacitors. Oh, Lamas getting caught by the reverse move bug. 3 Scorpion tanks get donated away for him. He did not try and donate those. Those were taken from him. That's like someone just broke into his house, and it was one of the devs for Kane's Wrath. Well, I guess it was one of the EA executives, and they just took a present from under his tree and then gave it to Face Guy. They're like, hey, let's reverse move. Reverse move is visiting you. And the reverse is going to be you have to give away something to Wildcom. Or to Face Guy. Oh, juicy sonic emitter shot coming in here from Wildcom. He's moved his MCV all the way to the other side of the map. And unfortunately, these behemoths are shelling infantry. They could be taking huge damage off of this Conyard, but instead they're just taking down like 2 rocket squads. A bit of a missed opportunity here for Mr.MC. He just got it clicked, but like, does he not realize that that MCV is right there? Because he needs to be putting a lot of pressure on that MCV right here, right now. Shockwave artillery is going to be catching 1 behemoth, 2 behemoths maybe. Looks like it's going to be the tip vein detonation which catches the rest. Some of that health bar gets disappeared, but it's still a lot of firepower here against Wildcom, and this is not going to be a Marv that can survive very long versus that many behemoths. Sonic emitter is going to help even the odds. Marv does manage to escape away, and it's going to be up to these zone troopers to make something happen. Meanwhile, on the south side, it's mass infantry against Lamas, and Lamas is losing his Scorpion tanks to the obelisks and the Scorps of Face Guy. Lamas is going to have to retreat a bit further, but in the north, Wildcom, his MCV is finally getting targeted down, but he's going to get a couple of good shots off with his sonic emitters. 1 behemoth goes down to the sonic emitters. Titan goes down to the juggernauts of Wildcom, but the MCV has been eliminated. Its parting gift was these sonic emitters, which have done huge damage to the front line of Mr. MC. Double MCV finally pops on out for Lamas. It does not get targeted down. That's a very low health target that could have been jumped on by Face Guy, but was not. Sonic emitter doing big damage. 3 Scorpion tanks get exploded as Face Guy drops his own obelisk to try and counteract Lamas and Wildcom. Ooh, Catalyst Missile finds its mark. Lamas going to be losing a refinery on the front lines, losing a harvester as well. Meanwhile, back on the north side of the map, Wildcom continues to press forward. Juggernaut slamming into that MCV. The Marv is here, but the Juggernauts hold the power for Wildcom. And the Marv the Reclamator Hub never got deployed. For Mr. MC, he literally never had a chance to stop that Marv, but that is a juicy shot as that EMP locks down 4 Juggernauts plus a Marv on top of that. It's a delay game. It's not going to win you the match, but it will buy you some extra time if you can make something happen on the south side where Lamas has infinite Christmas trees, but maybe not super infinite as this flame tank goes unnoticed, burns through half of an MCV's health bar before he gets the rest of it, and still the EMP will be the only thing saving Lamas here perhaps as he locks down that flame tank and the Shredder turret gets the kill eventually. Eventually. He gets the kill on that flame tank. What? A couple of random hammerheads. I'm not sure what they were attacking, but something getting dropped there or something getting deployed. Oh, Face Guy. He had a chance to potentially swing this around. If he had been able to defeat Lamas, then it could have been, you know, kind of a weird 1v1. But as it stands right now, it kind of just feels like it's a 1v2. Lamas is definitely not in a good spot, but as long as he is just wasting time for Face Guy and Mr. MC, Wildcom is just coming down from the north, and there's nothing to stop Wildcom. He is the power player in this moment of the game. I like the additional flame tanks. I wish they had an opportunity to do a little bit more. And Lamas, with that Marked of Kane, he can just add on EMPs so quickly. I mean, potentially this flame tank will be able to find some damage and wipe some stuff out, but I'm not sure that it's going to be able to do that much. I guess Face Guy is going to try and play this one out as long as he can. Flame tanks are nice, but again, the EMPs are just a little bit too good. Burning down an MCV is nice, but when your opponent has like 3 of them, it's not the end of the world for them. Mass Juggernaut plus a Marv. This Marv may actually die to the infantry, but I think that might be the end of the road for the infantry. More Shredder turrets coming in, and no, these Juggernauts are going to get crushed by that Tib Vane detonation. The sniper teams are a little too late to save those Juggernauts on the front line, but the Shredder turrets and the sniper teams will bleed this infantry army dry. Killing off that Marv is nice, and actually, Face Guy is just pulling in infantry from every corner of the map, it seems. He's kind of collapsing in on Wildcom, but Wildcom has gone mass APC, and he's actually going to collapse in on the reinforcements of Face Guy and clean up everything as it transfers over. And once again, Lamas, he doesn't have to win the game. He just has to hold the line, and that is exactly what he is doing. Holding the line, making this a very slow advance as Wildcom shows up with the mass APC. The Juggernauts have all fallen, but he's at least got the APCs. Well, maybe not for too much longer as orbital bombardment gets called in. A couple of APCs going to be falling to that bombardment, but Wildcom calls in more reinforcements, and the front line still has not been broken. Lamas is extremely beaten back and bruised and battered, but he is still holding on desperately, clinging to life there on the front line. Face Guy has fought admirably and has done a really good job of making this a closer match than I thought it would have been. The Marv and the Juggernauts getting deleted is really what gave Face Guy as much of a chance as he has had. Well, it's a nice thought, but that Juggernaut is sort of just a donation in this moment. You can't even blame that one on a bug in the game. Oh, APC is getting overwhelmed. Face Guy finds the damage. APCs against an obelisk doesn't really work out. Space Command uplink getting targeted down. Wildcom finding bits of damage with these riflemen. That AP ammo is so sick. It kills off a Space Command uplink. That is not something that I was expecting it to happen. I did not have that on my bingo card. Riflemen killing off the Space Command uplink. All right, Lamas has held on. He has just been taking the brunt of this entire assault for like 5 minutes now. He has just been having to deal with constant attacks and pressure coming in, and yet his MCV is still here. Sonic emitter comes in from Wildcom. Even as Rifleman on the other side of the map still looking for bits of damage to do. Wildcom dropping these refineries in the north. Really good call. Ooh, safety crane from Lamas. So even if he lost that MCV in the south, he would still have a safety maneuver to be able to come back in this game. Although I'm not sure that he actually has any income other than this Tib Spike and this one harvester. So, you know, even if you have the crane, you need a little bit of cash to make something happen. Face Guy is still fighting this one. I can't believe he still has a bit of a position here. If he could get a couple of engineers out, maybe. Ooh, this APC, I mean, it's targeting down the MCV, so potentially it could go down. Lamas eventually sells off the MCV. Double Obelisk is going to hold the line. And Face Guy, if he had been able to take over those Juggernauts, he might be able to swing this one around. Bike's jumping in here. Wildcom loses 2 harvesters there. And the decoy army is nice, but watchtowers have such fast attack rates, especially with AP ammo. A 3rd harvester goes down. Maybe that decoy army did actually matter. He gets another harvester kill with it. If he could take this field in the south, oh, Face Guy might still be in this. Against all odds, Face Guy might be able to take this 1v2. I mean, Lamas has been pretty out of it, so it's not a direct 1v2. It's like a 1v1.5. Wildcom gets the kill. Lamas going for the kill with the harvester, going for the crush. He's hoping an engineer will pop out just in time that he can crush the engineer. Yeah, he's waiting for it. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe he's just pulling back with the harvester. But I think he's... Go for it, go for it, go for it. Yeah, he's like, come here, engineer. He gets the engineer. He's wasting the time of Face Guy. And Face Guy, I mean, he may eventually kill his harvester, but Lamas made that harvester worth it. Power plants get taken out. Wildcom will not be unseated. Lamas gets a refinery in the north, so even if he loses this Tib Spike, which he's about to, He still has income. Lamas can still make a comeback. So this 1v1 is still a 1v1.5. Rildcom holding on to some bits of his infrastructure and tech, but Face Guy has held on to enough stuff that he can actually get a Redeemer back out in this game. Sells off the engineering facility immediately, goes Engineer and Flame Squad inside of that, so that's still a powerful Redeemer. All right, Rildcom's got a bit of an army. Couple of Predator tanks, but they've got the Railgun upgrade, so they are powerful. APC as well. And I guess this is just going to be kind of a base swap sort of thing. Both teams just get a new Tiberium field, and then they're just going to wipe out their original main bases, I guess. Ooh, Face Guy saves that Harvester. Does it go back under stealth? Oh, no, I guess he's Black Hand, so no stealth Harvesters. But that Harvester going to go down eventually. Yeah, Face Guy doesn't really have anything to stop this. MCV will go down, it looks like. Last bits of GDI tech, or Steel Talons tech, will go down. Ooh, gets the chemical plant. Honestly, the chemical plant for the Seed Tiberium alone is worth it. If you get off 2 Seed Tiberiums, that's absolutely worth it, especially in a game where there's very little Tiberium left on the map. Which, unlike that last game, this game actually has a decent amount of Tiberium on the map. There's a decent amount of Tibs still remaining. Buggy comes through. Lamas gets the scout for Rildcom so that they can both see exactly what's going on in the south. Ooh, Engineer gets sniped. Rildcom with the Harvester guard. What a sick move. That Harvester just hanging out next to that Tib spike, guarding it. All right, command post is going to be going down. Refinery as well will get eventually eliminated. All right, well, Rildcom hasn't totally unseated this section of the map. Face Guy has an opportunity to still make this work. He drops a barracks. He's still got the War Factory on his field. Face Guy is, you know, he's playing from behind, but he definitely has some kind of a shot. This one Juggernaut is pretty funny. I guess he hasn't had to rebuild his tech until now, basically. He's had that tech from the start of the game. But it does feel like Face Guy needs some kind of game-ending... Ooh, leaving these 2 power plants. It's not the end of the world, but it would be nice to clean up those power plants. Just take them down or capture them, something. Face Guy, Mr.MC. Their last hope might be this Redeemer. Marching its way forward. Not a lot of anti-air here. A couple of rocket squads are here, but depending on those Black Disciples, perhaps a bit too much. Rildcom and Lamas going to be able to clean up that entire infantry army very easily. And now it's just a 1 Redeemer. And Lamas can EMP that Redeemer until the end of time. So Face Guy, if he was able to do something with all of this cash that's in the corner... he might be able to do something, but yeah, that Redeemer they saw coming from a mile away. So that Redeemer wasn't able to do much of anything. Lamas got a War Factory, got an MCV, sold the crane, so he is back in this pretty good. He doesn't have a lot of income, but neither does Rildcom this late in the game with the map being divided up in this very weird way. Obelisk is trying to hold the line. Flame Tank pushing back the front line a little bit. EMP lands. Goodbye, Flame Tank. Ooh, Redeemer getting caught. Bit of a blue on blue with that EMP, but it's an unharmed blue on blue. So the friendly fire doesn't actually matter in this case. They're just bleeding this Redeemer dry, just bit by bit. I guess he killed the Raider buggy? Not much more than that. Bike swing through, Face Guy. He's going to see those power plants. But at this point, there isn't a whole lot that Rildcom is using those power plants to power, so... MCV redeploys. Ah, maybe the Redeemer did go down. Oops. Well, it was a pretty long shot anyways. All right, railguns. Oh. That's a bit of a careful engage, not engage. Be wary. Hey, look at that. It did take him into low power mode. That one AA battery. Oh! Lamas almost gets his MCV jumped on. Only loses about a quarter of health, though, so he's going to be okay. He's re-expanding to the natural. I believe the natural expansion of Wildcom, actually. And the supercharged particle beams are going to push away those bikes. Face Guy is going to try and play this one out low and slow in the southern part of the map. I guess if he can stop... He stopped them here. They just gave up. And he can hold on to these two fields. He can play this one out and get an army eventually. He hasn't really... I don't know what he's doing with all of his cash. It feels like he should have quite an army, but I guess it's been obelisks and infantry. I love the idea of an obelisk just in an endless fight with those shredder turrets. The shredder turrets just keep on respawning because the hub is out of range of the obelisk. One random awakened squad. He gets the EMP of the harvester just to be annoying. Obviously, that doesn't matter, but just be annoying. And Wildcom may have found the weakness. 3 upgraded power plants and an MCV potentially under threat here. He's got some APCs, so he can target down the infantry. Predator tanks are going for the power plants, so that's good. And if he can take out the Redeemer Engineering Facility, that's even better. It's low power mode, but the rocket squads haven't been defeated. I guess no additional sniper teams or hammerheads or anything. Face Guy is forced to sell off some of his obelisks to get his electricity back online. It's another Flame Engineer Redeemer for Face Guy. And this game turning out quite a bit different from that last one, but still dragging on in a very low eco kind of way. Face Guy drops another war factory in the north. These Tib fields have actually regrown pretty significantly. Face Guy probably has a good number of harvesters at this point. I don't know, maybe... 3 refineries here. Could definitely sell off 2 of those, or I don't know, maybe long-distance harvest this field over here or something. Rocket Squad's catching some of these Predator tanks. I guess he never rebuilt, like, an armory or anything? I don't know why there isn't a lot of anti-infantry in this army. Wildcom has had time to see all of these rocket squads. Eventually, this shredder turret is going to be dislodged. It took so long to kick out that shredder turret. All right, Wildcom and Lamas have re-expanded to Wildcom's old natural expansion. Meanwhile, the old main bases are being taken by Face Guy. And Face Guy has a new Redeemer. Ooh, great spot for a Rage Gen. Or maybe a little bit closer. This is a lot of rocket squads. If they can cut down the anti-infantry, they could burn down this MCV pretty darn quickly. We'll see if they're able to do it. APC's coming to the front line. They're able to cut down a good number of those rocket squads. Shredder turrets also doing a good job of delaying these rockets from getting close to that MCV. Feels like Face Guy just needs to burn down the MCV and try and cut off the build radius from being as big. Lamas drops another power plant right onto the front line, gets another shredder turret out onto the front line. EMP locks down that Redeemer. Of course, can't do anything about this mass infantry burning down that MCV. And bye-bye MCV. Predator tank's going to close the distance. Rockets now turning their guns to the Preds. And the Redeemer taking care of the other Predator tanks. Last shots? No, it's not enough. And that Predator tank will get the last couple of crushes. But Face Guy reclaims the expansion, or is about to. A catalyst missile fires off, and Lamas is now the last one standing. It is a true 1-to-1. No, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Face Guy takes it? Oh, Face Guy is Dimitri. Oh my gosh! I cannot believe that. I thought they had that for sure. The only thing that saved Dimitri, I guess, was that Lamas was knocked down. Like, he wasn't out, but just look at that income graph. Lamas was still in it, but he was not fighting at full power. And so Dimitri was able to just slowly come back. I cannot believe Face Guy was able to do that. What a match from Dimitri. Oh, Face Guy. I can't believe that. Wildcom playing great for, I don't know, 80% of that game. Really playing well, Wildcom. But Dimitri, I guess, playing better for the last 15-20% where it really mattered, I guess. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. What a match from Face Guy. I'll try and remember that that Face Guy is Dimitri. Oh, the 2v2s on Ice Arena. They're paying off today. Yeah, Dimitri in like the top left-hand corner and also the bottom right-hand corner of the map at the same time. What is a game like this in 2022? I don't know. Like, there's community patches to make the game more balanced and to fix a lot of the bugs that were left behind by a rushed development process. But also, we've learned just how truly weird and broken certain aspects of the game are. The 30 FPS lock that was maybe annoying in 2008 when the game came out is like really annoying in 2022. The player base is pretty small, but to be honest, the player base has been pretty small since like 2013, so yeah, Dimitri did a good job of getting all that Tiberium. Well, and you and Wildcom had to split the Tiberium between you. So it's like Dimitri got all of that Tiberium for himself, and he was on the edge of defeat for most of that game. And then you guys were almost able to beat him, but you're splitting that Tiberium between the two of you. Heavy Punisher, Digital Collective, thank you for the follows. Of course, if you guys miss any of the games from this stream, eventually the VOD will be up on YouTube. Sometimes it takes YouTube a day or two to process long videos, but... All right, well, let's jump into the next one. Welcome to Tiberium Gardens. It truly is the glow, the beautiful glow on this map. In the north, playing as the orange screen, this is Hangman. As the blue screen in the top right, this is Bombas. Scrolling down around the clock, as the yellow Steel Talons in the south, this is BigMoule. And in the corner, as the green Black Hand, this is Krakatoa. Coming around the left side as the Cyan GDI, this is Tommy. Five players here in game number 7, an FFA. I think the first one of the day, well, definitely the first one of the day. First one in a long time, an FFA. But this is an old game. I don't know. I guess someone must have just, like, they must have found this game on in their personal archive and just sent it to me because, like, I'm behind in my games, but, like, I'm not this far behind. This game, I think, is from like 2017 or something. But this is actually a 1.02 version of the game. So this is the game as it was last patched by the devs. For whatever reason, they did not play this on a 1.02 plus version patch. Most of these guys, I don't recognize their names. It's possible they might be smurfing. The only one I really recognize is BigMoule. But BigMoule is playing Steel Talons in 1.02, so we'll see exactly how he's able to do. He's playing with a bit of a disadvantage. Scrin, GDI, Black Hand, those are all much better choices if you're playing 1.02. 3 flame tanks coming out here from Krakatoa. You saw the early operations center and you wonder, are you doing what I think you're doing? And the answer is yes. He is doing exactly what you think he is doing. 3 flame tanks going to be leading the charge. 2 predator tanks and a pitbull are here. Well, let's see how Tommy can deal with this. 1 flame tank will be easily dealt with. The next 2, we'll see how quickly they are removed from the game. The War Factory is about to be deleted, and 1 flame tank will go down to trade out with that War Factory, but this last flame tank is getting the big damage done on the MCV. Nice pack up of the MCV. That's a good trick from Tommy. That was a nice move to deny additional damage to that MCV. All right, resets for the War Factory. Oh, wow. That build radius, what the heck? How the heck did he get a refinery all the way in that position? That's a great spot for a refinery. You got these 3 fields that are all crammed up in this corner. Like, you might as well take advantage of it. You don't have the same kind of space in your base that a lot of these other players do. It's onto a tier 3 for bombas. But that's a great MCV position. Great refinery position. BigMoule goes for the scout. He's like, I see what you're doing. Pitbull gets cleaned up. MCV has repositioned, new War Factory, more harvesters coming out onto the field. So a big slowdown for Tommy, but Tommy is now ready for it. He's got 3, now 4 Predator tanks. If you tried to walk in the front door with 3 flame tanks like this, it's not going to work. Other than that, things are pretty straightforward. No one's going for anything too silly. It's pretty common to see relatively fast techs, to see big, expansive, greedy plays on Tiberium Gardens, just because you do start with 4 green Tiberium fields in your base, and you've got this very narrow choke point. Warp Chasm is here. Eradicator hexapods are coming to the field. The Marv is coming to the field as well. Okay, Grenadiers. Well, first epic unit has stepped out onto the map. These are regular Skrins, so these are not Traveler 59 guys. Although he is going to garrison up, so he has the blink. Oh, and actually, interestingly, goes for descents. Oh, you can jump the gap. I thought you had to go to the high ground first. You can full-on jump the gap. And this is just an Eradicator hexpod in the back of your base, but fortunately, Hangman has his own Eradicator hexpod going to be finishing up momentarily. Just in time. You get that Eradicator hexpod out just in time. And, well, I guess it is going to be... Oh, the stasis catches it! Oh, man, if he had stasis the tier 3, it would have canceled that Eradicator hexapod before it ever stepped out onto the field. But now I feel like he's going to do as much damage as he can. But once Hangman comes back online... Okay, well, yeah, just hit him back with this stasis. Well, never mind. I thought he was going to be able to do more than that, but now the tripods can close the distance. They can get the EMP, but no, he blinks away. He blinks out of the stasis. I don't think you're allowed to do that anymore, but I think you can do it in 1.02. All right, BigMoule stepping out onto the map. He has got his MCV. He has got his Merv. He is looking ready to take on this Black Hand player who is long-distance harvesting from the middle of the map. And you may not have Blink, but he has got some Grenadiers inside of this Marv, so he can cut through infantry pretty darn quickly. Oh, he doesn't actually have AP ammo yet. That's kind of curious. There he is. Oh, it's just not researching. He doesn't have it, and it's not researching, even though he's got all of these watchtowers. By the way, this is a random v random, so nobody really knows that it is, you know, Skrin, GDI, Black Hand, Steel Talons. Everyone just sort of got whatever they got, and then they quickly find out, hopefully, they quickly find out exactly what your opponent has. This is a lot of flame tanks and rocket squads, which, while it's powerful, it can be dealt with. BigMoule doesn't actually have a lot of stuff to deal with it right now. It's going to be a double Eradicator fight. Tripods do finally get the EMP, and he whisks it away. Even with the EMP, he gets it out of there. And that's just the Hexa lane working as it did, at least back in the day. Firehawks come in here for BigMoule. He's able to escape out with them for the current moment. Gets a bombing run out. And this is actually pretty nice for Tommy, who is just, you know, the 4 other players on the map. Oh no, Krakatoa! What was that? Okay. Krakatoa's out, so if BigMoule realizes this, he needs to get his MCV down there immediately, because there is a ton of cash still in this spawn position, and that would make Tommy his nearest neighbor, and Tommy has been a bit gun-shy, but as long as he can hold Tommy somewhere outside of this base, then BigMoule basically gets 2 free bases while the Skrin guys fight amongst themselves in the north. This could be great for BigMoule, like, not free win exactly, but pretty close to free win territory. He's just marvesting up the middle of the map. I assume he has a ton of cash. He should have more stuff, it feels like. Feels like he should have a lot of stuff. War Factory on the front line, pumping out more and more behemoths. Sniper teams are a nice touch here from Tommy when you're up against a Black Hand player, but now suddenly he's not up against a Black Hand player, he's up against a Steel Talons player. But, you know, you build them for one thing, and then it turns out they're not as good against the next thing. Skrin players have, I guess, just backed off from attacking each other. Beacon gets called in. Is that an Orca strike from across the map? Yeah, there it is. BigMoule calls in the Orca strike. He says, I got a big Orca strike for you, bud. Bonk. More behemoths are here. War Factory. I think he targeted the behemoth. I don't know if that was a misclick or what, but don't target a behemoth with your Firehawks. Just target the War Factory. Either way, the War Factory survives at least that bombing run. BigMoule is going big into the eco. And, oh, a Commando! He got AP ammo, though, so it doesn't matter. The Commando just gets deleted from the game. I do like that, using the units that can jump the rift. The Commando, the Blink Teleport on the Hexapod. Is he trying to, like, splash the building because of laser fencing? Because it currently is not working out against the 2 buildings he's tried it against. They have survived. Ooh, Firehawks with their anti-air missiles cleans up 3 Firehawks and Strato Fighters out of there. Uh-oh. Tommy getting caught in the middle. Not his own fault, but he is going to be calling in the Shockwave Artillery. It's going to be a 2-timer as the Shockwave Artillery fires off on both sides. Tommy gets caught. A couple of the Behemoths get caught as well. Orbital Bombardment on top of the Juggernauts, on top of the Behemoths. And it's going to be a trade of these epic units. But will it be a kill for Tommy? He just doesn't have the firepower, but he might have the firepower to clean up these Behemoths. One by one, he gets the War Factory as well. BigMoule's entire army falters here. And fortunately for Tommy, Hangman has completely backed off. It's only a couple of Juggernauts left, so this can still be defeated by BigMoule, especially by railgun weapons that are currently headed his way. But Tommy did better than was expected. I love that he's killing off the husks. Like, Your army's dead, dude. Killing off the husks is not going to do anything. It is going to make it harder for BigMoule to bounce back and attack his next opponent. But that army you've got right there, that army is dead. Uh-oh. Link is almost ready on this Eradicator Hexapod. You can feel it getting ready. There we go. Blinks across the gorge. Goes for a Harvester. And BigMoule had eyes on this so that he turns his whole army around. Well, it's going to take a year for that army to get back there. I guess you could try. But, I don't know. It feels like aircraft might be just the better choice here. I guess he only has, like, 2 hammerheads. Man, that AP ammo was good back in the day. Railgun's going to be chewing up this Eradicator, but don't fear. If you're worried about the Eradicator, if Scrin is your favorite faction, this guy's going to blink away in a moment's notice, and there we go. No harm, no foul. You just send that boy out. You take the worst engagements you possibly can. Did that Harvester just kill the Juggernaut as it respawned? If so, that's pretty funny. Tommy getting his kills, styling on his opponents. He's like, hey, I may be kind of dead in this game, but I'm still going to style on you as much as I can. Ooh, Tommy comes in here. Cleans up a refinery. That is just 2 hammerheads. Nothing inside of those hammerheads. Well, truly nothing inside of them now, as the Firehawks come through and crush it. Tommy finds a Firehawk of BigMoule as well. All right, Hangman is starting to clean up the northern side of the Tiberium. BigMoule is happy with this. I mean, look at this. Oh my gosh, so many Harvesters. No nod left to click down those Harvesters. Harvesters on the edge of the field. Cat just fell out of a box. There was a box on a chair, and she was sleeping inside of it. And then she just fell off the chair. All right, BigMoule says, round 2, let's go. But Tommy has had close to no income for the last couple of minutes of this game. BigMoule has had huge income. He catches 3 of the 4 Firehawks and gets the 4th with his own fiery boy. Juggernaut's coming in to die, and the Marv is all that BigMoule needs, apparently. When there is basically nothing left on the front lines, you kind of can just do it all with 1 Marv. Shockwave artillery fires off, but it will be answered. Juggernaut gets taken down by the Shockwave. The EMP lands, and BigMoule is going to try and save his Marv. Orca Strike coming in on both sides, it looks like. And, well, the Marv may barely survive this fight, but Tommy will not. BigMoule may have bigger things to worry about, like a double Eradicator closing in on his base. Mass fire sale from Tommy. He may be our 2nd casualty in this match. And BigMoule, as big as he has gotten, can't fight 2 Eradicators without his whole army. Or maybe he can. We'll find out. Zone Troopers are going to be committing to this. And Tommy, he's losing everything, but he's like, I'm going to take down your Marv. Which really just means BigMoule might just die to these Scrin players. Not that Tommy will win. Oops. Was that intentional? I don't know that that was intentional. He just blinked into the corner. That didn't really do anything at all. The Marv, it looks like, may end up surviving. Tommy has the buildings in the corner. Look at that. That's a great clump of a base. Never mind. He sells everything else. Tommy is out of the game. And then there were 3. Firehawks going to be landing. And that is an MCV captured and maybe not even killed. Is he trying to get a crane out? Oh, he does. He gets a crane. Look at that bombas. He's going for style points, if nothing else. Just go ahead and sell off that Conyard from this point, I guess. And it looks like BigMoule is going to be able to return back home. The nice thing for BigMoule is even if he loses this base, he's got another one. He can just walk right back on over and re-expand to this base because it will be worth it. Gobble, gobble, says the Hexapod, as that mammoth tank escapes, just edges out away from the Hexapod, and this Hexapod will eventually be bled dry because BigMoule's army is closing in slowly, but eventually it will get here, and it won't matter because the phase lands I do love that Bombas has kept this MCV this whole time. He's not even just selling it off because he's got the crane back on the other side of the map. He's still got the MCV. He's still got that mind control on it. And actually, he gives it up. Or that guy might have gotten sniped, gotten taken out somewhere on the map. But either way, the mastermind, I guess, doesn't. I guess he just gave it up because there's the mastermind. Yeah, I guess he just gave up that MCV. And he said, oh, I don't need to sell it off. That's kind of weird that he didn't sell it off. All right, we'll keep an eye on exactly how much tech Bombas is able to get out. Eradicator Hexpod goes down. Juggernaut got grabbed by Hangman. And the Mastermind... Okay, the Mastermind got the mind control. I assumed he sent an engineer into a Juggernaut husk, but... Ooh, doggy! Oh, you can actually zoom too close. Planetary Assault Carriers are here. They're over that Tiberium crystal in the middle of the map. This is almost the impact point in the Tiber River based on all of that. And these Planetary Assault Carriers... Ooh, Firehawks clean up one. And most of the Firehawks actually escape. They actually pull back away, and they survive. 2 screen players, massive in this game in terms of the amount of stuff that they've got. But is it going to actually be enough? The lack of splash damage on the orbital bombardment kind of makes its damage look really sad. It's just like chunking away at those planetary assault carriers, but they are still very healthy. I love that from BigMoule. Flies in regular Strato fighters out as soon as he snipes a planetary assault carrier. And the thing is, BigMoule, as long as he can deal with the packs, it's only 4 tripods on the ground. That's no problem. He might need a couple of slingshots, and he should probably... Hey, look at that, right as I say it. He's got tungsten shell. He's already on ahead of the curve. He is reading my mind, which is to just do, like, the obvious thing. Not so much to read my mind, but just to do the very clear thing that is a good thing to do. Mastermind doesn't get sniped. Almost gets sniped, but not quite. Up to a war factory, fresh. Look at that, full MCV. So Bombas is going maximum with the GDI, or with the steel talons that he's got out on this field. He wants to do everything that he can with it. Wow, that's a lot of additional riflemen. Drops a couple of power plants just for the riflemen. And from this situation, I feel like BigMoule just kind of has to go for it. Like, the longer he waits... Well, actually, no. BigMoule could expand to this base over here. Because BigMoule has twice as many fields under his control as everybody else. The planetary assault carriers are great, but if they're just slowly moving around, then BigMoule has time to deal with them. So, it feels like a double team is the easiest way to knock out any of these guys, but a war of attrition kind of works out in BigMoule's favor just because he has 8 Tiberium fields under his control, as opposed to everyone else who only has 4. I still can't believe he didn't just sell off this MCV. Bombas didn't capture the MCV and then sell it off after he got the crane. Like, you get a little bit of cash for it. Why not? Wormhole. The teleportation tricks never end. Killing a couple of harvesters is nice, but, I mean, at this point, he can deal with a couple of harvesters dying. There's the blink forward next to the Marv. He's hoping to go for the behemoths, and he is getting way too quickly deleted. No escape that time. You think you've got the time, but that was worth it for BigMoule. He loses a couple of behemoths, but as long as he gets a couple of engineers, that resets the timer on the Eradicator Hex. Oh, there is no warp chasm. Bombas was so confident that he would never have to rebuild that Eradicator Hexapod that he sold off the warp chasm. So BigMoule doesn't know it, but this is actually like the best chance for him. Eradicator Hexapod steps back out onto the field for Hangman. All right, BigMoule has a big Firehawk fleet. Yeah, this is even better for BigMoule because he now is going to have 12 Tiberium fields under his control. Everyone else will have 4. And even though bombas has double tech, I mean, if you don't have the cash, then it just doesn't matter. Does BigMoule go for bombas, or does he go for Hangman? It does feel like bombas is the first target. The double tech can be pretty dangerous. Yeah, you're fighting against your own behemoths. That's no fun. All right, ion cannon is out on the field. BigMoule says, let's go. I got a 7-minute timer until I can break any front door. Even though you can dodge the ion cannon, you can still use it to open up the front door of any base. Sure, Rift Generator is the best, but no one else has a Rift Generator yet. Which is actually kind of surprising. Rift Generator feels like a decent choice. Hey, there we go. I don't know what the timing was, but bombas had a long time until he got that Warp Chasm back online, so it's a long time until his Eradicator Hexpod is back out on the field, because he clearly did not expect to lose it. Mastermind is still around. Planetary Assault Carriers are moving over. BigMoule was, to some degree, expecting this. He brought over Mammoth Tanks, his Marv, all of that stuff. Double AA battery right on the front line there. You really need some behemoths to be in range. Stasis locks down that refinery. All of these harvesters are vulnerable to the Planetary Assault Carrier. But every minute that goes by is still pretty good for BigMoule. There's a supersonic airstrike as it takes a big chunk out of these Planetary Assault Carriers. And that is going to be Firehawks coming in to even the score. Tungsten shells as well, blasting away at those super packs. And that is not a successful attack for Hangman. Although this is working out reasonably well for bombas. He definitely is not the income leader in this game, but if BigMoule wastes all of his money fighting Hangman, then this can still work out for bombas. Mammoth Tank's trying to corner this Eradicator. If they can get the Eradicator into range of the Marv as well, but no, the Eradicator blinks down to the low ground. Nice and safe. I like the lightning spike in the background there. Just hanging out. And I don't know if you're BigMoule. I feel like you just have to kind of go sacrificial at some point. Wormhole. I'm not sure what the point of this wormhole is. Oh, there it is! That's the point as he phases that Eradicator. I guess he's just gonna go for the crush. One mammoth. All right. Is this really worth it? You can always teleport away, but to kill one mammoth? Okay, let's find out. 2 mammoths. Rift Generator, 5 minutes, 50 seconds for Hangman. 3 mammoths. All right, I'm starting to see it. Maybe an Orca Strike coming through. I'm not sure what that was. All right, 3 mammoths. Bombas gets a couple of kills here. And now he can teleport away and, you know, just kind of safely retreat. Blink forward on top of a 2 behemoths. 1 behemoth? 2 behemoths? Almost 2 behemoths. Doesn't quite get it. BigMoule getting kind of caught on his own units, on his own buildings. Gets the husk as well, so no recovery there for BigMoule. And there's the blink away. Nice and easy for bombas. Of course, without a chat log, we don't know what they were or weren't saying between each other. So it's possible that these guys are all friends and they're just, you know, they're just all typing to each other and hanging out and having a good time. Bombas, 5K. Wow, BigMoule is spending every single dollar. I can't believe he doesn't have any money. And 4K for Hangman. So no one's floating like crazy, although, Hangman, what are you doing over here, bud? What is this? That's a full Tiberium field that you are not harvesting. Hangman is literally 15,000 credits behind where he could be. I guess he doesn't have enough harvesters, or maybe they're sent to the wrong fields or something. All right, he's seeing it now. Although this harvester can just stay here. He's still got a lot to harvest there. I guess BigMoule is too worried that someone's going to backstab him, maybe? Because he's got all of these teleportations to worry about. But we'll see. A little over a minute and a half until he can crack open one of these bases. Lightning Spike gets deployed. Bombas gets the vision on the ion cannon. Laser fenced, of course. Ah, that is where all of his cash is going. Here we go. He may be Steel Talons, but drop a couple of rockets, a couple of riflemen into those. Works out well. Jump on the hexapod, maybe. One minute. BigMoule is not really in position. Buzzers get called in. Supersonic airstrike! Oh no! That's what happens when you... I was so confused. I was like, what is he doing? He doesn't have anything, but of course, he's got that dirty GDI tech he stole from his opponent. Does he actually have a Marv? He has an MCV, so he can get a Marv. Why does he not have a Marv? He should have a Marv and an Eradicator Hexpod. Why would he not have both? With only 20 seconds on the clock, this Eradicator Hexpod is going to try and... Oh, what a misfire. BigMoule thought he could catch it, and that is just... It's sad. It's a bit unfortunate. But... it happens. Oh, man, that whole Hammerhead army that BigMoule had... He was so ready to go. Ah, it's on the tech. Oh, look at that. Neutralized. Completely neutered there as that stasis saves everything in that radius. Oh, what a waste. BigMoule. BigMoule fires it off, and it gets completely negated. Ooh. That's a rough one. Look at that. Nothing damaged. All right, Hammerhead's going to get some damage done. A couple of shock troopers inside of this Eradicator Hexapod, but this should be more than enough Hammerheads to force it to blink away. Even pre-splitting them a little bit. Wormhole. Oh, into the back line. He finds the damage. Rift Generator gets dropped. I don't know, maybe it got bombed out. I did miss that. Or maybe captured and sold. Bombas doesn't want two super weapons to deal with. Eradicator Hexapod getting targeted down. Should get whisked away there. Yep. Kills off a couple of behemoths. Gets the husk of one. Oh, doesn't actually kill that second one. I guess that's a Juggernaut, which is a recovery from Tommy all that time ago. FaZe locks down this Eradicator Hexapod from damage. 5 minutes on the clock for that ion cannon. BigMoule just keeping his economy alive and, you know, harvesting away these fields, and eventually he's going to have some kind of an army, I guess. I think that was a scan. We'll see if the dot disappears on the minimap. This guy right there. Ooh, Lightning Spike comes in. Will be pretty much immediately deleted. Could have been for vision. He's doing the same thing. What is his plan, though? Does he want the wormhole? He's doing something. He's trying to shut down this ion cannon. Ooh, Firehawks drop in. They get the Space Command uplink. They get the signal transmitter as well. I'm not sure what Hangman was planning there. With that, he got the vision. He used the buzzers to get more vision. I don't know what the plan was there. Blink back home. Another tripod saved, I guess. Orca Strike gets called in. Ooh, two packs get cleaned up. BigMoule is just hanging out. Space Command uplink is back online. I assume that means signal transmitter is also back online. Or it will be soon. I guess he maybe stole his opponents. No, they're both Scrim, so it doesn't matter. I was thinking of the thing where, like, if you grab another sub-faction's MCV, then you can build their epic unit. Why does he still not have a Marv? You've had the double tech for long enough. Hammerheads clean up the Corruptors. Hangman steps out onto the map. And, well, the Eradicator Hexpod gets a couple of shots off there, but it will be whisked away to safety. Otherwise, Hangman is going to be finding himself with a dead Eradicator Hexapod. 5 minutes 50 on the clock for Hangman. About 2 minutes for BigMoule. Rift Generator all the way in the back. Lots of plasma missile batteries around it. Orca Strike called in upon it. Shockwave Artillery as well. He's hoping to take down the anti-air. I love that move from BigMoule. And there are the Firehawks. They are here. And the stasis is going to save it. That means he can't use the stasis on his army. So this would be a time to potentially go, go, go. But BigMoule going to be fighting on two fronts, trying to take down the Rift Generator and also fighting this Eradicator Hexapod in the back of his base. Railguns on these Titans, but they don't matter because they can't fire across the map. Oh, looks like the Rift Generator got cleaned up. I like that the little galaxy orb, the like black hole portal, just falls slowly to the ground. So once again, BigMoule deletes his opponent's super weapon. That is a fully heroic mammoth tank. He's got railguns. He is ready to go. All right. Ion cannon is ready. I love it. He deletes like 10 grand worth of Tiberium. I mean, if you can't hit the army, that's a pretty good place to go. Eradicator Hexapod gets blinked back. Wormhole opens up in the back of the base. Bombas goes for the fight once again. Goes for the crush on a couple of harvesters. That harvester is pretty empty, so... Oh, and he's worried about the supersonic airstrike coming in. Well, it still could happen. This Eradicator Hexapod needs to get out of there pretty soon. Goes double vet. He's hoping for heroic, but it will not happen. BigMoule reforms his offensive line. Eradicator Hexapod playing tag with those hammerheads. And BigMoule has, you know, basically triple income from anyone else. And his army would certainly win in a 1v1, but it's not going to be a direct 1v1. It's going to be a siege. It's going to be a drawn-out assault through a choke point, and if you don't have an ion cannon to break open the front door, you got to do it some other way. Shockwave artillery going to be firing off, perhaps on both sides, as Bombas has that double tech. He doesn't have a double Marv and an Eradicator, though. He blinks forward, and this fully heroic Mammoth tank is ready to tango, but is he ready to try on a new pair of shoes? Because the Eradicator Hexapod is wearing him like a box of Kleenex on his feet, slopping around, looking for a fancy dance to go to. And BigMoule's attack falls apart. He gets some damage done, but not nearly enough. And now his Firehawks are once again being negated by that Scrin anti-air. He's going to have to rebuild them again. Eradicator Hexapod stepping forward, but there's no fight here. Bombas isn't worried about it, and Hangman has no way to really push down that ramp. There's nothing he can really do about it. Well, that sort of went nowhere fast. Engineer from the sold-off MCV. All right, calls in the support powers once again. Is this for like a wormhole? Is this for a teleport? What's this? One random Titan walking around the base. Hey, we went fully heroic. Look at that. I'm not sure what Hangman is hoping to accomplish. He's done this twice now. He's looked into the base of BigMoule, but BigMoule, you know, just kills everything and then nothing happens. I think eventually this game will end, but it's hard to tell. This game might go on forever. This Eradicator Hexapod is only single vet. What a loser. This Marv is also a Scrin single vet. There we go. Now he's got the correct icon. All right, 1 minute 16 to go on the ion cannon. Ooh, deploys a war factory on the high ground. I like that from Hangman. I would like it more if it wasn't just a 500-year-long game. Blink forward and the EMP both coming in at the same time. 30 seconds on BigMoule's ion cannon. Just under a minute on Hangman's rift generator. Oh my gosh, the Eradicator Hexapod, when it's fully heroic, kills stuff so quickly. Which, you know, makes sense if there wasn't this oversight with the hexalaming. He's just gonna go for it. Tiberium Silo just to delay, mess with the pathing a little bit. You better use it soon. You better find a place to use it. He finds the damage. It's a bunch of power plants, though. Well, I guess he saves the power plants, but he loses the ion cannon. And it's only a couple of seconds until the rift generator fires off. Too bad for BigMoule. Ooh, mass hammerhead. That's why he wanted to get the power plants. He wanted to knock down the power and take him offline. Rift generator fires off onto the base, onto the Marv of BigMoule, but it's into the backline as BigMoule takes Bombas power down completely. And look at that, blinks backwards with that Eradicator Hexapod, but it is a full-on fire sale to try and get his power back online. Firehawks coming back in, but this might be... That might have been a full shutdown. BigMoule might have actually done it. He's still got the War Factory, so he can get a Steel Talons MCV back up and running. But no, he can't. No, the War Factory survives. Orbital Bombardment gets called down on top of it. That is all 3 MCVs of Bombas removed from the game. And the War Factory goes down. The end is nigh as we are coming into the 400th minute of this game. 300 minutes of sitting around. And I guess 100 minutes is too generous. But 100 minutes of action. And that Eradicator Hexbot is going to have to be teleported away. Teleport, teleport, teleport. Teleport fails as Hangman lets the second Eradicator Hexbot die when he was trying to hex a lame. Hangman steps out onto the high ground and then back onto the low ground, and he is going to be able to knock down something as he takes over Tommy's old main base and forces BigMoule out of it. Oh, BigMoule, he finally gets Bombas down and almost defeated. Bombas has no power plants, has no production, basically. Has a couple of gunwalkers still. But, Firehawks come in, they bomb out the tier 3. BigMoule is just sort of double-checking all of his math. He's like, all right, I don't think this guy, he hasn't rebuilt anything. But Hammerheads are really good on this map, partially because of all of the terrain breaking up the map and causing problems. And, I mean, BigMoule still has a decent amount of stuff. With this one base, he's still got a decent amount. Shockwave Artillery locks down the Eradicator Hexbot. This is the moment! No more anti-air from that Eradicator Hexbot, at least for a couple of moments. Behemoths getting targeted down, Gunwalkers getting targeted down, and these Hammerheads and the Riflemen just ranking up and up and up. The buildings do need to be deleted eventually, but no engineers and no way to reclaim those husks. Every building that goes down is good for BigMoule. And look at that heroic Firehawk coming in. 2 heroic Firehawks for the heroic bombing run and just cleaning up everything that they can. Hammerheads are going to try and escape with as much health as they can. Oh, a fully heroic Hammerhead bites the dust as BigMoule gets on out of there. And at the same time, Hangman is taking this opportunity to freely expand across the map. He's going to be taking over Tommy's old base, but he still has this huge Tiberium field. What does he want another base for when he's not even harvesting all of the stuff in his own control? And here's sort of the trouble for Bombas. As soon as you step out of your base, you're just going to get bombed to death. That's it! Bombas has been defeated. BigMoule with the big air plays. Gets the kill, doesn't even have to kill the Eradicator Hexapod. And now it is truly a 1v1. BigMoule has basically been fighting 2 1v1s for the last however long. But it is now down to a 1v1. Hangman looks impressive on the minimap, but given how passively and sloppily Hangman has played up to this point, I don't expect Hangman to be doing a lot with the apparent advantage that he seems to have on the minimap. Whereas BigMoule has been playing really actively, really forcefully throughout this entire game. So it's like, technically, Hangman and BigMoule are both in really strong positions, but you have much more faith that BigMoule is actually going to be able to do something with that position and make something happen with it, whereas Hangman is probably not. Eradicator Hexapod takes a ton of damage. Lightning Spike is also there. And look at that, BigMoule is going to be capturing these, the tripods, capturing the behemoths, capturing all of those husks so that he can have a little bit of an instant army just out on the battlefield. A couple of tripods under your control is nice. Ooh, Shockwave Artillery is looking to catch and kill this Eradicator Hexapod. The RNG is good, and the tripod is here as well. 1 Corruptor, 2 Corruptor, 3 Corruptor, 4. I want an Eradicator Hexapod for more. But the phase is going to find it, and the Firehawks find the drone ship as it tries to hop the ridge. Those Firehawks bring it down. and they are returning home. They were ready for it, and they got their kill. The Eradicator Hexbot is going to be able to survive for now, but I think the end is coming. Yeah, the fact that there are 2 refineries and 2 harvesters, I think this is how Hangman has been playing this whole game out, is 1 harvester per refinery, which is why he's never had the income, never had the seeming, been able to take control of his seeming advantage. It's like he's got 6, 8 Tiberium fields under his control, but he has so few harvesters. Okay, that's how he's getting more than 1 harvester per refinery. So that's why, despite everything... Oh, BigMoule doesn't get the kill there. Trades a lot for that, too. Every single Firehawk goes down. But that was only Wave 1. All right, here we go. Wave 2 is coming in, and it won't matter. Rift Generator is ready to go. Where do you even use it, though? I guess over here, you try and catch the hammerheads would probably be the best thing. If you got vision on the hammerheads, killing the hammerheads would be good. This is a nice little pocket. I mean, it's mostly power plants that you're killing. Oh, no, he did get the tier 3. I thought the tier 3 would survive with a little bit of health. Firehawks come in, or maybe an Orca Strike. Either way, it dies before it gets there. That Rift Generator is battered and bruised. A couple more engineers, but now BigMoule is going to be, once again, not quite up to 3 bases of economy, which is 12 Tiberium fields. But he's going to be at 2, and then 3 after that. BigMoule has 6 minutes to go until the next Rift Generator fires off. The Eradicator Hexpod was able to be saved. But BigMoule is rebuilt. He's got the command post back up and running. He needs some more refineries, honestly. He's got a couple over here. He's got a decent number of harvesters, but he kind of needs to, like, double it. Double the number of harvesters, double the number of refineries that he has. He might just try and push it. Shockwave Artillery is going to find its mark once again, unless the RNG is horrendous. But the Stasis will lock down that, and the Phase will save that, save the Eradicator. Honestly, when that happens, there's almost nothing you can do. There's so many Plasma Missile Batteries. Plasma Missile Batteries are just so good at anti-air. Especially with that Shard Launcher upgrade. Well, the ground army doesn't care much for Plasma Missile Batteries, so it's going to be these tripods. It's going to be a couple of Titans as well from BigMoule, and he is closing in on Hangman's base. Hangman, who has tens of thousands of dollars worth of Tiberium under his control, but he has not been able to harvest it. He has not been able to do much with it at all. And now his front door is being busted wide open as BigMoule walks in the front door and says, "Knock, knock, I'm here." You already used your stasis. You already used your phase. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve to save yourself from the might of BigMoule? The answer is not much. Tripod's getting cleaned up. Hangman thought he could bring in a second army for the flank from behind, but the Hammerheads tear them apart. MCV getting targeted down. Power plants getting targeted down. It's low power mode. You like a lot of plasma missile batteries? Well, guess what? You need a lot of power plants to keep them all online. And now Hangman is frozen in time without an army, without a chance for the comeback. BigMoule has fought it out minute by minute, hour by hour, stretching out into infinity with this game as he finally comes crashing through the front door. And it's true, in an FFA, sometimes the player who, quote, played the best doesn't actually win, because FFAs can be a difficult thing to actually win, and you can play really well for 80% of the game, and then you can get double-teamed in the last 5 minutes and lose. But in this case, it does feel like the player who played the best, who had the most mechanics, who was the highest skill player, is the one actually winning. I guess we didn't get to see much from Tommy and Krakatoa, but Hangman did not have a particularly good performance this game. So it is nice to see that, like, BigMoule didn't get double-teamed and just, like, drilled to death by Eradicators. GG? What is this? He just lost his main base, which was 98% of everything of value that he has. I don't think 4 Seekers, 5, 6 Seekers, is going to get the job done. Look at that sparkle. Drone ships do have a decent amount of health once they're in the air, but even so. Like, what is this? Is not going to work. One tripod walking down the front. Shockwave artillery will once again find its mark as Hangman gets torn asunder. Limb from limb. Piece by piece. No, the hammerheads once again getting targeted down. Fully heroic hammerheads do survive. Always makes you feel good. The fire sale is coming in, and that will do it for this game number 7. Big thanks to Serdwer, Cameron S, Abalaba, Autorixy, Chris A, Mr. Calhoun, Jesse, Sean L, and Beefy Shark for supporting the channel over on Patreon. Way too long of a game. 56 minutes and 56 seconds. I do have to admit there is some nice symmetry there in the number, but let's get on to it. Oh, that was way too long. I mean, good on BigMoule for bringing it out in the end, but that was a grind to get there. An absolute grind to get there. That was a big oof or a big woof or a big something. Big chongaluga. Yeah, that last building kill of Bombas. Demios X1 says, what a great middle finger to Bombas. As he kills the last building and just all of Bombas' stuff explodes. There was some satisfaction in that. Lamas saying, "Oh, cry tears of joy if BigMoule wins." Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, Taylor Wynn saying Hexalamers are the real rats, especially if they abuse bugs. But like, when you're just playing a goofball game and it's 1.02 and all of those bugs are in there, some players don't even consider them bugs if it's allowed by the game. Mass Vic, thank you for the follow. All right, let's keep on cranking. We got more games to get to. Welcome to Tiberium Resistance for game number 8. We are cranking through a lot of replays today. In the north as the green nod, this is Modii. If you're not familiar with this map, well, this can be kind of an introduction to it. One player spawns with 4 Tiberium spikes for them to capture instead of a Tiberium field. All right, as the orange Steel Talons, this is the CommonBank. And rounding out the team in the north as the blue Marked of Kane, this is Virus, a.k.a. Play to Win. Now, I believe Bike Rush is, one of his Smurfs is Play to Lose, and I think this is not Bike Rush. This is someone else. Anyways, in the South Plain as the yellow Steel Talons on team number 2, this is Senna. He went Crane. As you can see, he is opening up in the reverse position of the Tib spikes. As the cyan marked of Kane, this is Shwan. And rounding out this South team as the pink GDI, it is Donald Trump. So he is joining Elon and other folks in Kane's wrath. As sometimes you will see players have, you know, some famous person's name as their username. It's always funny to imagine that, like, people who you assume are busy, I don't know, maybe Elon Musk and Trump are actually pretty chill with their time and they just have lots of free time. But I love to imagine that they're spending their time playing a 14-year-old strategy game with like 8 other people online. And they're just like, yeah, you know, this is what I do to relax. EMP comes in there, locks down the MCV from Senna. So yeah, if you're not familiar with this map, Tiberium Resistance, it is a 6-player map where 2 of the players start right outside of an EMP control center and 4 Tiberium spikes. And you also do start with these Tib silos so that you can capture the Tiberium spikes right from the beginning and they start cranking away for money for you. Senna is getting things underway very quickly as he deploys 3 refineries and then moves on immediately. So we'll see exactly how far he wants to go with that MCV move. For now, it's not too far. By the way, big thanks to Jen H, Lol, Zyode, Benjamin S, Brian H, Gunnar, Kenneth H, MC, and Vojatek J for supporting the channel over on Patreon. A couple of bikes coming in here. Play to win. Finds maybe an opening. We'll see if he's able to take down any Tib spikes. I think there was also a flash over there on the other side. Crane gets targeted down. Okay, kind of recognizes that that might be the play there from Senna. Is able to take that down. Play to win with the bikes. We'll see if he stays active with them. Maybe it is Bike Rush smurfing, but I think the name is wrong to be Bike Rush. Bikes are swinging through. They might actually find a harvester here. Hand of Nod kind of blocking them off in a bit of an unfortunate way. Donald takes a foxhole in the middle. Going to be able to take a couple of scouting positions out on the map. Always nice to have a player who's willing to do that. Senna's pretty well set up on this big green Tiberium field. And then the other 2 players are expanding to their natural, relatively small, but, you know, very reasonable-sized Tiberium field. Couple of pit bulls from both sides. The CommonBank has his. Ooh, first EMP is ready to go. Catches the harvester, catches a couple of the pit bulls as well. CommonBank going to be able to commit to the attack, and you have to wonder, isn't there going to be an EMP from the other side? Senna either isn't ready yet, or he used it somewhere else, but I'm not sure that he has used it anywhere else. He just maybe didn't realize that it was ready, or maybe it just wasn't quite ready yet. Either way, harvester kill nicely executed by the CommonBank. Someone beaconing down on the south side for some reason. Senna drops a second war factory. He's got his command post. I assume he's getting AP ammo or... no, he doesn't have AP ammo, so he should be getting it soon. He should start it up. But he's not researching anything. Bit unfortunate. Donald swings back through the middle of the map. Ion Storm in just under a minute. I guess one of the fun features of this map is you do get that Ion Storm. And a Catalyst Missile will find its mark. 2 refineries of Senna's get deleted as Virus is looking for the kill on the Harvesters. That is a killer combination. Catalyst Missile, Vein Detonation, and Attack Bikes just swinging through the base and cutting up those Harvesters, giving them no place to hide. Scorpion tanks here from Modii. He might be able to find a little bit of damage against Donald here, but Donald has a decent amount of pit bulls and also the Shatterer to back up those pit bulls. Happy to trade pit bulls against the Scorpion tanks because the Scorps will eat them for breakfast. Although not if the damage is spread across them so evenly. There we go. Laser capacitors finishing up, making that an even less fair fight. And Virus going to be handling these pit bulls pretty well. Ion Storm is here, so the damage is going to be randomly distributed around the map. Little pokes and prods from that Ion Storm from above. And Modii commits into the attack with his Scorpion tanks. At the same time, taking a bit of damage maybe back at home from that Ion Storm. A couple of these Scorpion tanks taking some extra shots. Shwan drops a laser turret to help Donald defend his location, as well as a disruption tower to give that stealth to everywhere in the area. Vapor Bomb indeed takes down the refinery, but the War Factory survives the blast, at least for now. And Donald is going to have to deal with these Scorpion tanks sooner or later. The Redeemer steps out onto the map as the Sonic Emitter blasts away 3 or so Scorpion tanks, and they retreat from the front line. The winds of change are blowing through, and I think the Ion Storm is done as the sky clears, and it gets a lot less dangerous here on the map, Tiberium Resistance. By the way, this is an R16 game, so this is not the current version of the game. This is a bit of an older match for sure. Titans from Senna. Looking for a bit of damage, a bit of an opening on the right side. Or maybe just looking to defend against those bikes. Another EMP ready to fire off. Catches a bunch of the Titans. And they did not have that adaptive armor, or at least not in time. So they remain EMP'd. Behemoths are here. Pitbull's going to be going a little bit suicidal, trading their lives for a couple of Titans. But this Sonic Emitter getting massive shots, takes out 3 or 4 Titans by itself. And that is a great delay for this attack, for this army. Modii and the CommonBank coming in here to blast open the front door. But maybe they won't even be able to break open Shwan. We'll see if he's able to come back and mount any kind of a defense. I think a catalyst missile firing off somewhere on the map. Maybe not, as these couple of stealth tanks coming in here. I think from Modii, get a couple of harvester kills, clean up 1, maybe 2, as they're looking to disrupt Senna's economy and do a little bit of double damage, while Modii and CommonBank are putting pressure on Shwan. Modii is also backstabbing Senna, taking down a couple of harvesters when he's not looking. Virus is, a.k.a. Play to Win, is a Marked of Kane, so he doesn't have laser scorps on the docket. He's not going to be able to unlock that tech and make his Scorpions suddenly much stronger. Stealth tanks are going to actually be finding the EMP control center, and this is great for Modii and the whole team in the north. It's going to be EMP versus an unanswered EMP. Or an unanswered EMP, just. Stealth field does get deployed on that Redeemer, and immediately gets scanned as well. The Juggernaut's trying to find their shots, but the shots don't land. That Redeemer is going to be able to stomp its way out of this. And actually, these stealth tanks are still just going crazy. No one is doing anything to stop them. There's nothing here to kill them, and so the stealth tanks are just blasting through the Tib spikes. 1 Pitbull. Senna sends 1 Pitbull back to deal with these stealth tanks. And I guess they were already queued up, so actually they're not going to kill the Pitbull. They're just going to deal with the Tib spikes. And, well, that's a little bit unfortunate for Senna, who is actually closing in on this Marv. Shockwave artillery fires off there. It catches the Marv, and that'll be a dead Marv, as Senna will get that kill. Lines up nicely. The EMP is able to seal the deal, and it looks like the magnetic mines on top of the Behemoths will allow only 2 of them to escape. Both of the south side Tiberium spikes do manage to survive, and this Venom is just slowly working away at that 1 heavy harvester. Poking and prodding, trying to take it down, as Donald has some fresh Juggernauts, some fresh Sonic Emitters on the front line. The Rage Gen is going to take a bit of health away from those units. Another scan comes through. Modii trying to escape with his extremely low health Redeemer, trying desperately to just sneak away in the background, hopefully where no one will notice. Stealth tanks can stab in the reverse direction as Shwan sneaks his own stealthy boys into the back line. What is going on here? That must have been a bit of friendly fire, a bit of an accidental attack. Oh no, Modii just has a couple of Scorpion tanks hanging out in the base, in the back line, but they are just not doing anything. Senna, he's been beaten down a little bit, but he still has a massive Steel Talons army ready to go. Looks like Donald taking some damage there, but the Spectres will eventually clean up these Scorpions. Marv gets added back into the mix. Scorpion tank needs one more shot. There it is. Cleans up the Juggernaut husk. Takes a quarter of the health away from that War Factory as well. Enlightened Squad goes down. Marv is out on the field. CommonBank rebuilds his Marv. Last time Senna deleted it with his EMP and his Behemoths. Stealth, nope, just Tibcore SAM turrets here. No more stealth tanks on the front line, at least not for now. Modii drops a double obelisk onto the front line. Vapor Bomb maybe on top of these. No, it's going to be a mine drop almost on top of the Redeemer. But a massive 3v3 battle going on as Senna takes on everybody he can on the right side by himself. It's really just him versus Plato win. Vertigo Bomber's going to be coming in. They get a big clump. 3 Behemoths go down in one shot. And it looks like a little bit of health off of the other Behemoths as well. Vertigo Bomber's coming in for a second run. And this is going to be Orbital Bombardment finding these Purifiers, trying to knock them down. I guess these aren't Purifiers, they're just avatars. But it is not enough. Shwan and Senna are making their way to the north, while Modii and CommonBank make their way to the south. Rage Gen fires off. It's the last thing that Redeemer does is kill that Juggernaut with some friendly fire. Spectre gets targeted down, and CommonBank just has way too many Behemoths for 1 or 2 Juggernauts to take on by themselves. And I don't know, you might even be able to split these Juggernauts into 2 attack groups and take down 2 Juggernauts at once. Just targeting them down one and then the other. Behemoths going down. It looks like Vertigo Bombers from Modii are here to just wipe the floor with anything that Senna has. And Senna is trying to make this single-man push happen. And he does actually manage to clean out a couple of those Vertigos with some help from Shwan. But it is going to be a tough thing to stop this wall of Behemoths marching their way down. Donald has been defeated. The Rage Gen fires off, but the Behemoths were either out of range or they had already been given an attack command, and they take down the Tier 3 Senna, who now has a ton of buildings to defend because he was just gifted a base. Is going to find it difficult to do much more than just defend. Although without the Vertigos bombing these Juggernauts, they are getting some shots off, the Behemoths rather, but I just don't know what he's going to do to stop the bank. He is calling in. He's going to foreclose on your home, and if you can't do something to get him off your back, that is going to be the end of your main base. Shwan and Senna, they have joined forces, and they are just going to transition over to the right side of the map. Scorpion tanks coming in for the backstab. Virus managing to sneak a couple of Scorpions into the back line just to target down buildings and to cut off reinforcements. Modi's got another Redeemer out on the map, but that's actually going to be a stealth Redeemer here from Shwan. I don't know how he even snuck it in that close, but the Rage Gen fires off, and it's going to be a bit of friendly fire, but the damage isn't that overwhelming. And that is a fully heroic Behemoth walking around the map, just healing up, feeling good about his life. Senna has not been pushed back yet, but he is so close to death. He's been on that march, on that warpath, for what feels like 5 minutes now, and he has been stopped at the front door. And every time I click back over here, it's just like 3 Behemoths falling over as Vertigos and everything else from the arsenal of Virus just come to bear against those behemoths a time and time again. You knock them down, Senna reclaims the husks, and then you knock them down again, and Senna reclaims the husks again. Virus is now here, 2 more stealth tanks. Modii was here earlier, but now Virus is there. Senna has been defeated, and I think it's only moments away from Shwan tapping out as well. And that will do it for game number 8. Modii, CommonBank, and Virus do take the game. A little over 16 minutes to get to the win there. A nice split of factions among GDI and Nod, but again, one of these games with no scrin. I guess that last game got us enough scrin for a while. But no scrin in that one. Yeah, I didn't think that was Bike Rush. I don't know if the name is an intentional reference or if it's just something that they had. Unskill.exe. Thank you for the kind words, and if you miss the games, they will be up on YouTube in a day or 2. The VOD will always be available on YouTube, so if you miss some of the matches in the live stream, you can check them out on YouTube. And that's the end of my tea. If we go into the last matches, we got one more game that I know works, and then after that, we're going to have to see if we can get these last 2 replays to work. And if we can, I might need another cup of tea before we go into it. And I also have to prep some of the overlay stuff. All right, well, let's get into it. Welcome to Extraction Plateau for game number 9 of this showcase. In the north, playing as the pink, marked of Kane, this is Dimitri. And in the south, as the green Nod, this is Lamas. This is an R18 game. So it is a little bit older, but, you know, it's not like R14 or something. It's still pretty similar to R19. And it's a Nod versus Marked of Kane, so it's not like there's going to be some crazy GDI bend towards this match. Big thanks to Team Kill, New Type Nate, Sparky Ampersand, JPeak128, Cardo S, and Willem H. For supporting the channel over on Patreon. Dimitri and Lamas both making a return. We've seen these guys in a couple of different matches today. And actually, Tengen Uzi, a.k.a. Phoenix, who we saw Dimitri verse earlier in the day, is actually observing this game. So I don't know if these are all from the same session or what. But if that's anything to go by, the other games were all a good amount of fun to watch, so hopefully this one is in keeping with that. We've had a number of great games today. Hopefully we are finishing on a strong one as well. Nod versus Marked of Kane. Feels like on the face of it, Marked of Kane is going to have the advantage, but not always true. If it's a Scorpion-heavy kind of day, then Nod has some distinct advantages. But if the EMPs land and they are good, well, if you kill a bunch of Harvesters, maybe it doesn't even matter. A little bit of an awkward position for Dimitri. He was not ready for these bikes to swing in. It's only 4 bikes, so they don't kill Harvesters extremely quickly. But they can still do damage. 1 EMP catches 1 bike. Lamas is maybe not going to get the kills that he wanted. Right now, he's just trading out bike for bike. So I guess that's, you know, one way to do it. Damage is split across a couple of harvesters. One more EMP maybe to save them. 2 bikes get caught. And there we go. Oh, he gets the harvester with that last shot. And then the last couple of bikes explode. The real kicker, it feels like here, is the delay on the expansion. Lamas getting the kill on that harvester is like the icing on the cake. He's completely thrown Dimitri off in this beginning little bit, but getting a harvester kill is just the extra little, the cherry on top. We'll see how Dimitri is able to transition from here. Oh, actually, Lamas. I don't know if this is how he likes to always play things, but this feels like a blood in the water situation. He thinks he might be able to do a bit more damage. Drops the second war factory. We'll see. If it's a second war factory from Dimitri, then it's all pretty safe and good. Dimitri has a good read on the situation. But if it's a refinery, there's a huge opportunity for Lamas to put on the pressure and do some real damage as he gets his own refinery behind this. Yeah, the EMPs are going to have to be right on the money. Pulls the harvester, so actually this is perfect for Dimitri. I don't know where he saw those bikes and those buggies, but he pulled that harvester immediately. So that's about as good as you can ask for. Lamas is going to be able to get his refinery up and kind of equalize out the timing. Dimitri does have the hand of Nod, but he doesn't have any rocket squads. He went instead for the laser fence, so the laser turret, so he just wanted the hand of Nod for the tech unlock. Bikes do commit into the attack. Lamas looking for the kill, looking for the damage. Not really finding it. A lot of bikes sort of down the drain. Split a lot of damage across a bunch of targets. And he's going to try and reform the front line. Behind this, the refinery is extremely slow from Lamas because he did have to spend all of his cash to get that attack up and running. There's the refinery. So he's now sort of where he wants to be. He's forced out the laser turrets. He's forced out the extra power draw from Dimitri. And if he gets the tip spike, that just probably makes this good for Lamas straight out. All right, so no contest. Lamas feels like he's in the better position. Gets the kill on that harvester. Dimitri was not ready for that at all in the early game. And Dimitri has been trying to stabilize ever since. It's kind of worked out, but now as we transition into the mid-game, they're kind of on even footing, and Lamas has the advantage of having forced a bunch of extra spending from Dimitri and killed the tip spike. So it feels like Lamas hasn't won the game, but he's put himself in a really strong position to transition into the late game. If Dimitri just plays this one defensively and doesn't take any more losses, I think he'll be fine. But we'll see. Tier 2 is up for Lamas as well. It's not a fast, greedy play from either player anymore. Lamas still poking around with his bikes and buggies, but not necessarily finding anything. He can jump on this harvester. He can jump on the harvester, and he will get a harvester kill. That's a one and done. Pops it and runs. EMP catches a bike and a buggy, but not a ton of damage other than that. All right, 2 or 3 bikes on the exit. And actually, the EMP'd units do escape. So that's a second harvester killed. It is at the main base, and the more valuable harvesters are over at the natural. But look at this, Dimitri. 3 harvesters on his natural. It's not even fully saturated. I mean, I might as well transition down. But Lamas, he's clearing up that main base. He's transitioning down to his natural expansion. He's got his tier 3 up and running, so he's keeping pace in that department. And he's going to be setting up for his 3rd base quite nicely. Buggy gets cleaned up. And Dimitri is having to be a little bit guarded here. Goes actually straight for the Redeemer Engineering Facility. And it looks like Lamas just spotted that. So he's got an idea of what Dimitri is doing. Dimitri now on his MCV move path. Ooh, was that a... Am I missing something? I feel like... Okay, there's the second MCV. I was like, he definitely deployed a shredder turret while his MCV was moving. But I couldn't find the other MCV, and there we have it. Tibcore finishes up for Lamas. He is ready to go in and take down Harvesters once again. No, he just trades out. Keeps away. Fires off the Tib Vein detonation. He's going to soften up these targets. 3 Harvesters get caught by that Tib Vein detonation. Ooh, nicely done by Dimitri to sell off the refinery and pull back the Harvester, but ultimately the Catalyst Missile still gets the kill there. Dimitri is just being beaten down. I do like the attempt at the double expand. He's going to try and cut off Lamas from that third. And Lamas... Oh, I thought he redeployed the MCV to get the Redeemer Engineering Facility. But I guess he didn't. Harvester going to get targeted down. Main base has been broken. Tibcore bikes are very powerful, but they're kind of getting bled out by these shredder turrets. Lamas is just losing unit after unit to these shredder turrets. And of course, Dimitri can just sell them off. Dimitri is still quite a ways away from a third base, and his natural expansion economy has been cut short more than once by Lamas's forces. Refinery? What does he got queued up there? Yeah, refinery. Finally gets his natural expansion economy back up and running. Kind of feels like Lamas needs to either commit one way or the other. Okay, he does commit. He commits in against Dimitri. I like the beam cannon follow-up from Lamas. A couple of beam cannons will be able to burn down an MCV. Laser fence does help with that a lot, but... Oh, okay, well... Where is the real Redeemer? Somewhere back at home? Wait, actually, where is the real Redeemer? I'm not actually sure where the real Redeemer is. MCV, the health is being sapped. Packs it up. Gonna have to try and cut and run. Unpacks it. There's the real Redeemer marching forward. You know it's the real one this time. Rage Gen fires off, but not before Lamas gives the attack command. And the Rage Gen doesn't last long enough to do much more than that. The beam cannon's going to be burning down this Redeemer. A couple of attack bikes coming from the other side. Just add insult to injury. That EMP is perfect as Lamas is maybe going to get the kill. The second EMP, and he burns down the Redeemer. And Lamas gets the kill. He's had Dimitri's number basically from the beginning of the game. Hit after hit, Lamas has found the damage against Dimitri, and now he gets the kill on the Redeemer, stops the double expand, and completely routs the trickery that Dimitri was attempting. I believed in the comeback for Dimitri, but from this point forward, it is going to be extremely difficult. He is going to be playing from the back foot in a way that he has not this whole game. Look at this. Lamas doesn't let up off the gas. He brings in the bikes and goes for a Harvester kill. Maybe even will get 2 before Dimitri can do anything. Oh my gosh, is that Harvester actually going to escape? It was so low on health, he couldn't get the last couple of shots. That Tibcore purchase paying big dividends for Lamas through this whole game. Now Lamas has his own Redeemer, marching his way forward. Mine drop comes in. Magnetic mines on top of the Redeemer. It's nice. EMP lands as well. MCV getting targeted down. Once again, the MCV getting burned by the beams. And the GG comes in. Dimitri has been defeated, and Lamas takes the game on Extraction Plateau. Really clean execution there by Lamas. That was a good case of get an advantage early and then never give it away. And Thanatos, I mean, Dimitri, he loses the one harvester, which is like, maybe fine. And he's kind of behind a bit from there, but he was never able to just completely seal up the defense. And he just kept taking bits of damage and bits of damage and bits of damage. And then we see the beam cannons be the cherry on top to burn it all down. Welcome to Tournament Highlands for game number 10 of this showcase. On the right side, as the red marked of Kane, this is BikeRushOwnz. This is an R19 beta game, so it is largely the same as R19 that you know today, but it's just a little bit more buggy. As the blue steel talons on the left side, this is Phoenix. Phoenix versus Bike Rush. It is something that we have seen a great number of times in the last year. It does tend to go Bike Rush's way, but this is an R19 beta game, and these two guys have had a couple of real slugfests between the two of them in R19. So, could go either way, and with this being a beta, these guys might be trying out different stuff. It might be a little bit weird, it might be a little bit wonky. We will see. For the current moment, it's nothing too insane, but I mean, it is the first, 10 seconds of the game, so we're not expecting anything insane just yet. Steel Talons versus Marked of Kane. You still got Behemoths as Steel Talons, but Marked of Kane feels like the stronger faction in the current meta. So, take with that what you will. No flame weapons, though, so you don't have to watch for any backdoor flame attacks from BikeRushOwnz. You do have to watch for backdoor EMPs or backdoor engineer caps from Bike Rush, because he's always trying to sneak in that kind of stuff, that kind of wild craziness. Buggy comes in from Bike Rush. MRT, even if it gets EMP'd, it still has the rifleman inside of it to fire out while it's EMP'd. So, even if it's EMP'd, it can still kill off your stuff. 4 factories here. Bike Rush goes for the blue immediately. Definitely seems like it's not worth it with drive time, but, maybe it sort of works out in the end. I don't know, it kind of feels like maybe that's a second half of the Tiberium field kind of task, when you're looking to transition towards your natural expansion anyways. But as soon as the harvester spawns, that seems too early. It might be one of those things where it really doesn't matter either way. Like, it has such a small impact on the game that just getting it is better than not. This guy doesn't want to get to work. He's too busy dancing. He's feeling good about himself. Oh, he's actually... Oh, okay, there we go. I thought it was just the harvesters catching on each other, and it looks like it was, but he kept dancing for a couple of moments after the other harvester left, and then it was like, oh no, is he actually caught in some other way, like on a bit of terrain or something? Yeah, get that Tiberium. I do appreciate the attention to detail of, like, the Tiberium dropping down, but then, like, the Tiberium is still there in the harvester, and it just, like, it just disappears from the harvester, even though it is also in this little claw arm. I mean, it's a cool animation, but it's also a little bit janky. Beacon gets deployed. Oh, BikeRushOwnz might be saying, or Phoenix? Why did Phoenix beacon this? I don't know. He might be saying that's too close for a catalyst missile. That's definitely too close, but of course, you don't have to worry about catalyst missiles coming the other direction. Unless something really goes wrong. A couple of Scorpion tanks going to be fighting it out against all of these pit bulls. Doesn't even get the kill on the pit bull. Loses 2 Scorpion tanks for it. MRT is going to be doing that repair job that keeps all of those pit bulls alive so nicely. Double airfield gets called in, and it's going to be the Bloodhounds as well. Couple of pits, couple of Wolverines are here to get mixed into this army. 8 orcas as the follow-up. And I mean, if BikeRushOwnz doesn't know that this is coming, and BikeRushOwnz hasn't scouted this, he may kind of suspect. But for right now, oh, he does actually drop a SAM site. That's curious. How did BikeRush? No, he didn't get a read. He doesn't see anything actively. He just might kind of have a sense that because he's not seeing any Titans or something. Let's see. Did he go for more than one? He went for 2 SAM sites, but they're pretty far apart. So he doesn't know that the orcas are coming, but he does also have a stealth tank rolling around. So the stealth tank does also provide some of that anti-air. So he is thinking that it's orcas. MCV in the middle of the map for Phoenix. BikeRushOwnz may have seen that orca there, but he definitely sees these ones here as 2 harvesters get eaten up. And there's going to be the scan to reveal the additional harvesters. And just on the edge of vision there, as Phoenix does pretty massive damage to so many of those harvesters, to the economy of BikeRushOwnz, right as he drops in that seed Tiberium. And the blue Tiberium harvester goes down as well. Pitbulls and Wolverines with AP ammo are here to stay, or maybe to retreat immediately as 2 Scorpion tanks do get eaten up. And look at that. There's the beacon. It was him saying, I think these are a little bit too close. Catalyst missile fires off as the Tib chemical missiles have finished up as well. Pitbulls are going to hunt down those stealth tanks, and it looks like it's going to be 3 stealth tanks hitting the deck in a major way. Marv is on the way, about a quarter of the way done for Phoenix, so he's going to be able to transition. He's going to be able to use that Marv to carve up that middle Tiberium field and get himself some late-game eco to fuel his game. And now Phoenix knows that he is not the only one with the epic units on the mind. Refinery comes back up. 1 airfield gets sold off. The other one is going to be housing those orcas. Killing off the harvesters is nice. BikeRushOwnz definitely was not wanting that to happen, but BikeRushOwnz got the kill on 2 refineries, which really slows down Phoenix's economy. Now that the Marv is out, Phoenix can get that back underway. Might be going... Oh, one of these engineers is maybe heading the wrong direction, or one of them is heading in the wrong direction. Stealth reveal on that Marv. You don't need 3 engineers for 2 Tib spikes. Harvester getting targeted down. Stealth tank is going to get the kill on that harvester. A rifleman is not quite enough to stop that harvester from dying. Orcas will get the kill on that stealth tank. And actually, all of the orcas do survive, so that's a pretty good trade there. And it is going to be 3 engineers for 2 Tiberium spikes. I don't know what this 3rd engineer is doing. He's just hanging out. I think he's supposed to be for the Marv, but the Marv has 1 engineer inside of it. And I don't know what else Phoenix is doing. Phoenix, a little bit of a mistake here. Ooh, that's the safety engineer, the backup engineer. He knew he was going to need that backup engineer. Another orca comes in. That engineer is taking the dangerous way. Ooh, 2 stealth tanks get eaten up. BikeRushOwnz carelessly running his stealth tanks right next to that Marv. And now next to... Oh, that's way too many behemoth shots. BikeRushOwnz is... Phoenix is playing well, but BikeRushOwnz feels like he is playing not very well. Kind of a double combination there. Well, another couple of harvesters going down. The stealth tank backstab is something you always have to worry about. You got the catalyst missiles, you got the chemical plant support powers, and well, eventually that stealth tank does go down. Phoenix has killed just so many stealth tanks from BikeRushOwnz. He keeps building more and more of them. Redeemer out on its own. 4 engineers inside of this Marv. hoovering up a bit of that field at a time. I do like the inclusion of the rockets in this Redeemer. I mean, you are marked of Kane, so you're not going to get the flame weapons anyways. You might as well have the anti-air. BikeRushOwnz does still maintain that tip spike. There's still this engineer here. Rage Gen fires off in the south. Catches a couple of pit bulls. Nice splitting of the missiles on that stealth tank. Although it may not be split enough as the pit bull shots land on that stealth tank. Barely. It does survive as the Redeemer gets another couple kills. Finds an extra couple of marks. And finally, one Orca does go down. Phoenix has been doing such a good job of killing stealth tanks with those Orcas. And he finally pays a little bit of a price for it. Stealth tank is going to be running over the rifleman, and they get the kill! Look at those guys cheering, and they have earned it. They did the damage. They put in the hours to gun down a stealth tank that was basically dead. And hey, if you're going Steel Talons, if you want big, bombastic, mechanized monsters, then going Quad Engineer into that Marv seems like a good way to go. The RNG is with you tonight. That rear armor shows itself, and immediately Phoenix finds the Redeemer with that EMP. Good night, Redeemer. About half of his health bar will go before he even steps out of that EMP darkness. And, well, he may still be able to escape, but it is not going to happen. Way too much firepower. I thought maybe if he was far enough away from the behemoths, he might be able to get out of there. Oopsie. Stealth tanks getting a kill on that Redeemer engineering facility. They don't get the Space Command uplink. And one stealth tank goes down. Second stealth tank might be getting eliminated. And never mind. GG gets called. BikeRushOwnz is out. And that was definitely not a typical game from maybe either one of those guys. But that will do it for game number 10 of this showcase. And that is all for today. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And this is Sybert signing out.